Recording in progress.
Well, good morning, Alan Busha. How many members do we have in the platform?
Good morning, Chair. I only see 4 members. It's yourself, Beasley, Marchway, and Buck for now, Chair. Mr. Bateman also just joined, so that's 5.
It was 5.
That's correct, Chair. It's only 5 at the moment.
Okay, let's hope another member will join quickly. Good morning, honorable members. The meeting is officially open. You are all welcome, members of this committee. Welcome the Deputy Ministers, Masondo, Dr. Masondo, Honorable Sarpen, management of top executive of National Treasury, chairpersons, CEOs, general managers, and all the top executives of entities, support teams from Parliament, the media, you are all welcome. Are there apologies?
Yes, Chair, standing apology from Mr. Lekmanyane.
There's apology from where?
Lekmanyane, and then Ms. Alexander as well. Thank you.
Okay. Those are the apologies. So this is a continuation of the meeting that we... Yes.
Could I ask for a point of clarity before we proceed with the meeting?
Can you allow me to finish what I was saying, and then you will come after?
That's fine.
Yes. Honorable members, we adjourned the meeting last week because of other challenges that I won't go back to. So this is not a new meeting. It's a continuation of a meeting last week where the three entities presented, that is GTAC, SASRIA, PFA. So as we continue today, they are not going to present again. What we'll do, we'll start from item 2, where we take questions and comments for GTAC, SASRIA, and the PFA. Then those that are going to present today, and we take discussions, is ASB, Land Bank, and PIC. So that's that, honorable members. Yes, Dr. Berg, you said you want to clarify something. Can you do so?
Yes, Chair. I was a bit confused this week, and I was hoping that you could explain. The letter that we got from the GPAA stated, and I quote, "Given the gravity of the issues faced by the GPAA and my desire as the executive authority to abide by the spirit of good governance and accountability, the entity represented by myself, the Minister Executive Officer, will present themselves to the meeting scheduled by the Standing Committee." Finish quote. Chair, it seemed to me that they were prepared to come to the committee on Wednesday, and I'm wondering why you postponed that meeting.
Hello, Dr. Beck. Did you see the letter from the minister?
That's the one I'm quoting from, Chairperson.
They said the report is not ready. Then they will come back to us when they are ready, and we'll do so. The minister will indicate.
Respectfully, Chair, the Minister said him and the Acting Chief Executive Officer and the Deputy Minister would be willing to come to us, notwithstanding the fact that some reports might not be ready. And they indicated in that letter that they think it's a good idea that they should come present themselves. So I'm still not understanding, Chair.
Yeah, you won't understand because you are not the chairperson. I do speak to the minister, so that meeting will be scheduled. Take it from there, please.
Chair, are you saying the Minister communicated something privately to you than what he communicated in writing to the committee?
It's not private. It does not communicate private. We do management of meetings and make sure that things are run properly. So let's concentrate on what we're here for today. That will be dealt with. Questions, comments on last week's presentations?
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mout.
Good morning to you, morning to the honorable members. Perhaps because the deputy ministers are here, they can then clarify that issue. We were all ready to have that meeting, and because the office of the minister is represented here by two deputy ministers, is it not maybe proper to get clarity from them so that we all move on the same page? Chair, I'm done. I can't hear anything.
I hear you, Honorable Moto, but I don't want to put the deputy ministers here on the spot regarding the communication that we got from the minister. I was saying that, can you please allow us to make a follow-up with the minister and make sure that they come and appear before the committee as soon as possible on the issue of the GPA AA. Because also I was speaking to Honorable De Villiers, if we can't have, as we have agreed, that joint meeting that was agreed upon between the two committees.
Chair, in the spirit of letting this meeting continue, I'm willing to accept that, but I think there's a developing trend that I'm noticing, that pronouncements and decisions are made on behalf of the committee without consulting the committee. So I'll just note that, and then I'm willing for us to proceed on that basis.
Okay. You're welcome. Let's take questions, comments for those entities that tabled their reports last week.
My hand is up, Chair. I know it's black like me. You might not see it.
Okay. Honorable Moto, over to you.
No, thank you, Chair. And once again, greetings to everyone. So, Chair, we'll start with GTAC. The GTAC, in all honesty, it has been in existence, Chair, for several years. But there is no clarity about what this outfit truly is. I mean, in their own presentation, one slide they will present themselves or describe themselves as a consulting hub, and in another, as a program management hub or a business support hub. But in practice, GTAC functions honestly as a true labor broker, a structure that stands between government departments and consultants, mediating contracts and calling it technical assistance. This means that GTAC is not building capacity inside the state. It is building a secondary bureaucracy of consultants who depend on state contracts for them to exist. So instead of strengthening line departments, GTAC has become an employment and a consulting mechanism, a way for people, especially those who previously worked at National Treasury, to continue earning from the state after retirement or resignation. In effect, Chair, GTAC is a mini National Treasury with a DG, DDG, and full divisions that mirror Treasury itself. Now, if this continues, we'll soon have the same number of DDGs in GTAC as in Treasury, funded by the same fiscus. Is this not a duplication? And what is even more worrying is the demographic and class character of GTAC. It is common knowledge, Chair, that the so-called technical experts are drawn from a narrow and exclusive circle, largely white, formerly Treasury officials or private consultants who circulate between donor-funded projects and state assignments. It has become a norm or a form of state-sponsored privilege, not technical reform. The entire logic of building GTAC was to reduce the state's reliance on private consultants. But the opposite has happened. And it has become so formalized that the outsourcing is now under the new name called advisory support. So it's a caution to us as Parliament that if we cannot get clear answers about which law establishes GTAC, what guides its operations, and who ultimately benefits from its existence, then this structure is becoming an unaccountable layer of bureaucracy sitting inside the National Treasury. It cannot be that South Africa is building parallel institutions where National Treasury governs public finance policy while GTAC operates as a commercial arm for consulting work, hiring, invoicing, and recycling the same networks under the ban of capacity building. So, which law establishes GTAC? Under what authority does it exist? And where is it located in terms of the Public Finance Management Act? What formally guides its operation, a statute, treasury regulation, or simply the instincts of the head of GTAC? Is GTAC accountable to Parliament through National Treasury, or does it operate as a semi-autonomous agency that regulates itself? Now, when you look at the overlap with National Treasury and the mandate creep, GTAC now has a structure of DG, DDG, and full clusters. Like I said, it's effectively a second treasury within treasury. How is this justified? When the Constitution and PFMA already provide for a single national treasury, how many GTAC executives and consultants are former treasury employees? And what percentage of GTAC's annual consulting contracts are held by former treasury staff or their companies? Does the PSC monitor GTAC's recruitment and contracting processes to prevent what appears to be a revolving door arrangement? Chair, the presentation also showed that race representation still favors white professionals in technical and consulting roles. So what is GTAC doing to ensure that its pool of consultants and technical experts reflects South Africa's demographics, especially among young black professionals and women in particular? Has GTAC set measurable transformation targets for the composition of its expert database, or does it continue to rely on legacy networks from Treasury? The report also shows a 54 million rand shortfall due to poor cost recovery and client departments paying late. So why does GTAC continue to act as a service provider to departments that do not pay? And what financial controls exist to prevent its voted funds from subsidizing non-paying clients? When GTAC claims to deliver value for money, does this include a calculation of the consulting markup paid to private experts? Or is that hidden under technical assistance costs? Chair, of the 2 billion rand in tenders awarded annually through GTAC, how much is paid directly to private consulting firms versus public institutions? So what performance or outcome evaluation exists for GTAC projects? For an example, after 22 spending reviews and 149 billion rand in project assessments, what tangible improvements were achieved in service delivery or fiscal efficiency? Has National Treasury conducted any policy review or evaluation of whether GTAC is still fit for purpose, or has it become a self-sustaining consultancy feeding on Treasury's credibility? Why is there no dedicated legislative framework defining GTAC's governance, conflict of interest rules, and procurement standards? If GTAC continues to replicate Treasury's internal functions, economic analysis, infrastructure pipeline development, remuneration analysis, policy support, what prevents these functions from being reabsorbed into Treasury to avoid duplication and possible cost inflation? Chair, this committee must ask itself if GTAC is a vehicle for contracting technical experts and former officials at premium rates. So who is actually building state capacity? That is the question we need to ask. Because on paper, GTAC looks like the state is outsourcing itself. I will leave it for there in terms of GTAC, Chair. I'll move on now to OPFA. So we're dealing with a systemic crisis of employers deducting pension contributions from workers and not paying them over to the fund administrators. The adjudicator's presentation highlights repeated complaints under Section 13A non-compliance, with thousands of cases and the same employers appearing year after year. Does the OPFA have a comprehensive picture of the scale of this problem across the entire retirement fund system, or do we only know what gets reported to the FSCA? Why does this pattern persist despite determinations being enforceable as High Court orders? Does the adjudicator have any mechanism to track compliance after determinations are issued, particularly against repeat offenders such as those in the private security and municipal sectors? Chair, the report also lists municipalities like Mamusa, Bushbuckridge, and Rustenburg among the top 10 offenders for non-payment of contributions. Has the PFA quantified the total value of contributions withheld from workers by municipalities and security companies since 2019? And what contribution exists with the National Treasury, SALGA, and COCTA to compel compliance by municipal employers? Or are these determinations simply ignored once they are issued? The OPFA issues legally binding determinations but does not itself enforce them. Enforcement must be sought through the courts. Given that limitation, Chair, should Parliament consider amending Section 30 of the Pension Funds Act to empower the adjudicator to directly attach employer assets or freeze accounts in persistent non-compliance cases? How many determinations remain unenforced or partially enforced due to the absence of a follow-up mechanism? There are billions of rands in unclaimed pension benefits held by funds that have failed to trace former members. This money sits idle while the state struggles to fund infrastructure and social programs. So what is the OPFA's estimate of the total value of unclaimed benefits across all funds under its jurisdiction? Would it not be time for the state, under legislative oversight, to ring-fence or guarantee these unclaimed assets for productive investment, for instance, in infrastructure or social services, while maintaining the right of beneficiaries to claim later? Has OPFA advised Treasury or the FSCA on a policy framework for such utilization, or does it consider this beyond its mandate? Chair, the recurring non-payment of contributions and accumulation of unclaimed benefits point to weaknesses not just in employers, but in fund governance and administration. So, as the OPFA found that some administrators or trustees failed in their fiduciary duties by not acting swiftly against non-paying employers, what accountability measures has the OPFA recommended to the FSCA or Parliament for such dereliction of duty? Lastly, Chair, the introduction of the two-pot system adds new complexity and liquidity risks, yet the OPFA reports over 2,246 inquiries between September 2024 and March 2025 already. What is the adjudicator's assessment of the systemic risks arising from the two-pot withdrawals, particularly where employers are already defaulting on contribution? And does the OPFA anticipate a rise in contribution disputes or liquidity shortfalls in funds as a result? I will pause there for now, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mota. Any other contribution? Dr. Berg?
Thank you, Chair. I only have one question for GTAC, and that is that earlier in the year, we were all calling for spending reviews, and it seemed that none had been done at that point. Then it emerged that GTAC had done a few spending review type of exercises. So my question to them now is, what will they do to make their research more public and engaging, ongoing and dynamic, so that their work is more widely disseminated apart from published on its website every now and again? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other contribution, comment, and or clarity-seeking question? Okay, I think we're done on the first round. In that order, GTAC, can you please respond to the questions and comments from members? Then I'll come to SASRIA, then PFA. GTAC, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honourable members. On the response to Honourable Member Mahotwe's questions, I'd like to point out that there is a business case that then led to a founding notice number 25 of 2012, and that is the legal framework within which GTAC functions. So that was a formal process that was followed. The main aim is to find a process that will allow us to keep some of the skills in government that are moving out, to bring them back into the government frame, to allow us to utilize the insights to build a capable state. And that's indeed what we are doing. We are definitely not a mini national treasury. We have, I think, 2 DDG posts, and the rest are chief director posts, and it is people with considerable skill. I want to point out that we don't have non-paying clients. We have late paying clients. People do pay. They just don't pay within 30 days. So there's no loss, and all our work is cost recovery. On the technical advice component, it is just late paying, not non-payment. I do think that part of what we see in terms of the spending reviews and the insight of the spending reviews certainly can be expanded. I would also talk to Dr. Burke's, Honourable Member Burke's question. But let me just hasten to say that part of what we do with the spending reviews is that we had this year, for instance, moved into a process, last 18 months, it's not only this year, moved into a process of re-looking at the whole budget process on the basis of some of the insights of these spending reviews. So this was a massive body of work that was built on the existing spending reviews. We are at the moment, apart from, as he correctly points out, Dr. Burke, apart from publishing it on our website, where we have an enormous traffic, a lot of visits on our website. We also have a biannual winter school where we discuss these spending reviews. They form part of training for us, for provincial treasury officials. We did try, we were, something with the procurement rules prevented us, but we are pursuing it again to get the approach to doing spending reviews as part of a curriculum process on a master's level, sort of a block, one of the blocks of a term, to do the spending review and explain the spending review process. We have published in an academically peer-reviewed journal the process of our spending reviews, so it is reviewed in the strictest way of academic. There was about 8 articles that we published in the Development South Africa journal to try and get a broader audience, but I would agree with the critique that there needs to be more active work around that. We are busy with a process with a think tank in one of our academic think tanks to look at what can we do with AI around the spending reviews. But in many ways, I have to say, we are ahead of the world and we are designing as we're sitting. There's no example for us to follow. We are leading the world in the type of work that we are doing here. I just want to also then answer some of the questions around the labour brokerage of GTAC. I don't agree with that. We've just had an open tender again, where over 800 people had applied to be on the consulting and technical advice books of GTAC. We are about to award those contracts. So far, we have used 2 ex-Treasury officials, somebody who worked for 3 years in 1999 to 2001, and he has worked as a consultant ever since. He also works for us as a consultant, and we also have another person who worked this person was a chief director in National Treasury, and then we have another DDG that worked as a DDG for 4 years, 2010 to 2014. He then moved on to work internationally and has dealt with budget issues and policy PFM issues in Egypt and the Middle East, and he has also started to work for us as an advisor in 2024. So those are the 2 people from Treasury at that level, and I think that we go out of our way to open the market to everybody available. We take a great pride on the way that our staff reflects the South African demographic. The consultants, as you know, there's points that are awarded for people from a BEE background. And we are able to appoint people on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you. SASRIA, is there anything to clarify? SASRIA, is there a question for you? Okay. PFA?
Thank you, members, Deputy Minister. On the issue of the reports as to the value of the outstanding pension fund contributions, those are not reported to the adjudicator's office, but to the FSCA. The FSCA keeps a list of, because when there are outstanding contributions, the funds are expected to report to the FSCA. So that list that they publish is the only list that is there, while we deal with individual complaints as and when we receive them. However, where we notice that there is a systemic breach, we also highlight that to the FSCA. We have a back-end reporting to them. It is so that we do not have an investment mandate. What we do once we have issued our determinations is we file them with the court, and then we give them court numbers. They get case numbers allocated to them. Then the sheriff of the court assists just like any other court order to enforce. Recently, what we have done, especially for those people that cannot access legal assistance, we have formed a partnership with Legal Aid, and we have trained Legal Aid on how to interpret our orders and then assist the public with enforcement. In terms of municipalities, we don't have a quantification of how much money is outstanding with municipalities because, as I indicated, we do not have a mandate to look into systemic issues. We can only deal with the individual complaints as we receive them. However, we are working with the Auditor General's office because as they go and they audit municipalities, to the extent that we are able to provide them with information as to which municipalities have not paid, they are able to look into that to ensure that the money that is deducted from members and also together with the employer contributions are paid over. We are in the beginning stages of that, but I am aware that in certain municipalities, the AG has already made headway on that. In terms of unclaimed benefits, of the share of total of the 89 billion rand that is unclaimed benefits in the financial services sector, 47 billion rand of that is unclaimed benefits that are sitting in retirement funds. And we do foresee that that number will increase, especially because of the poor record keeping that persists with governance in terms of pension funds. With the implementation of the two-pod system, you would note that members are required to leave their retirement pot in a fund and not access that when they resign. Therefore, because of the poor record keeping, it might be that it will certainly lead to a situation where the unclaimed benefits increase with members, with funds not updating members' contact details as they leave their retirement pot when they resign. Also with two-pot, we have run into something that will be an issue for members, as you talked about the arrears, where there is an outcome from the Financial Services Tribunal that says that if an employer has not paid, has got arrears in terms of a particular member, that member cannot access their savings pot. That has been referred to us in the past week for reconsideration, and we aim to use that as sort of a test case to try and see whether we cannot assist members together with the LBSA to ensure that we drive the compliance in terms of Section 13A. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, PFA. Do we have follow-up questions before we move to the next item? I think we're okay. Okay. Let's take the presentations. The first today to present is the Accounting Standards Board, ASB. Alan, is how many minutes here?
It's 25 minutes per entity, Chair.
Okay. ASB, over to you. Please time yourself. Now it's 39:36, so 25 minutes.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. I just want to share my presentation with you quickly. All right. You should be able to see it at this moment. Good morning, honourable members. Very glad to be with you this morning and happy that we could present our annual report to you. Just a quick reminder of who we are. So the Accounting Standards Board, we are, of course, a Schedule 3A entity. We report to the Minister of Finance, as you would know. The PFMA describes our mandate very specifically, and that we should issue accounting standards for all government entities. So that's across national, provincial, local, whether it's public entities, municipalities, municipal entities, parliament, legislatures, trading entities, everyone. We set accounting standards for them. The purpose of the accounting standards is to outline the principles that should be used when you prepare your financial statements. The objective of those principles is to ensure that there is transparent reporting in revenue, expenses, assets, and liabilities. And really what we hope to achieve with the transparent reporting of these items is that there is information available to oversight structures, to decision makers, to make key decisions, whether they are financial decisions, policy decisions, economic or otherwise, and likewise to hold officials accountable. Overall, what we would really aim for is that everybody uses the financial statements before they go and make decisions about voting, whether it's at local government elections or nationally. So I do think we have a key role to play in strengthening our democratic processes. Just in terms of our role vis-a-vis other organizations in the finance ecosystem, I think we are often confused with what happens at the Treasury as well as the Auditor General. So just to clarify, we set the standards. The Treasury supports the implementation of the standards. The Auditor General would indeed assess whether or not organizations are applying the principles and the standards correctly, and that their financial statements are a fair presentation of their financial affairs. And then, of course, you would be aware that Parliament, legislatures, and municipal councils are the ones that really have a look to see whether or not those principles or make decisions based on the financial statements and using the Auditor General's reports. Just a quick snapshot of where we are at in terms of application of the standards. So our standards are accrual-based. They are developed using international best practice that comes from the International Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. From a national, provincial and local government perspective, national government, Parliament applies, the national public entities, trading entities, major public entities, some apply international financial reporting standards, and that's just because they are geared to make profits, and not all of them are reliant some where they are still fairly reliant on government funding and would therefore apply our standards. From a provincial perspective, it looks the same, and local government, municipalities and municipal entities apply. In terms of those organizations that don't yet apply our standards, it's the national and provincial departments. It's the responsibility of the Minister of Finance to determine who applies the standards of GRAP. You would know that the national and provincial departments are quite reliant on the development of a new integrated financial management system, and this would really aid and support accrual accounting across the national and provincial departments. So they don't apply our standards as yet, but they apply the principles that are set out by the Office of the Accountant General. All right, if I move into our annual report then, just a quick snapshot. So we have a budget for the year of 14.8 million for 2024-25. This resulted in us receiving 10 of our 14 targets that we have achieved. We had a deficit of 141,000 and we had an unqualified audit with no findings. And I'll just touch on these very quickly. So if I start with our budgeted revenue versus our actual expenditure and our actual revenue, you would firstly see that there is a small deficit of 141,000. And just to note that this is not a cash deficit. There are, of course, items that are non-cash items that we process in the statement of financial performance, so the income statement, and I'll run through these in a little bit. A couple of other things that I would like to highlight are we are wholly reliant on a grant from the National Treasury. You will see that there's a small variance of 181,000. But this was really a case of, you would see we have interest in other revenue that we were able to use during the year. But apart from that, we either use our funding to fund our activities and our various projects, or we return the funding to the Treasury. So that means that we can't recognize all of our revenue if we have actually not earned it by doing specific things, which means that there was a portion that was unutilized during the financial reporting period. If we have a look at our interest revenue, we had a higher cash balance during the year just because we had retained surpluses from previous years, and I'll explain why that is the case. But higher cash balance means, of course, higher interest, which we're able to utilize in our operations. You'll see the actual staff costs are also slightly higher than the budget, and this is really for two non-cash items. The one is a very small accrual for bonuses, which is 1% of our employee costs, and the other part is for leave accruals, which we have to make, and those are, of course, non-cash items. On the operating costs, we were also a little bit over our budget, and this was really because we did a review of our HR policies just to make sure that they are compliant with all the relevant laws and regulations, and we also received guidance on other governance-related matters. In terms of our expense composition, where do we spend our resources? So it's, as a reminder, we have a staff complement of 7, so we are a very small organization. We are all ladies, I am happy to say, and we operate completely virtually. So we do not have a physical presence anywhere. So we save a number of costs. We don't have office expenditure and all the things that go with it. If we do need office space, we would use National Treasury's office space, particularly now they're moving into the new building. We have made arrangements that if we need desks, meeting facilities, etc., we will just indicate that we need to do so and use their facilities. So that means that really all of our standards go towards our funding our activities. There's very minimal operating costs that we have. As we develop policy through publishing accounting standards, what we really do is develop intellectual properties, which means that people are our key assets. As a result, this is where we spend most of our resources. You'll see 11.2 million, which is about 70%. It's been fairly stable over the last couple of years. Our remuneration framework has been approved by the Minister of Finance and is in line with budget guidelines that are issued on an annual basis. Our operational costs, which is the very small yellow sort of ring of the bit of the ring that you see, mainly relate to ICT costs. You can understand operating virtually, that's important for us. We also have licenses to use international standards. We use that as a benchmark when we develop our standards of GRAP. So those are really the key components. If we have a look then at number 3, number 2 is the board remuneration, my apologies. Number 3 is our operating costs. And a lot of that goes to ICT, as I said, the intellectual property. And it also means that we need to travel quite a bit, particularly when we are talking about international travel. The chair of our board is well represented on the International Public Sector Accounting Standards Board as a member. His term has just been renewed. And what this really means that we are able to contribute our inputs, both from a developing economy perspective, but also from Africa, to make sure that the standards are usable, not just for the South African environment, but broadly across the continent. In terms of our spending, what you will notice is that we have a very limited discretionary spend. So employee costs is 70%. Our board remuneration is about $1 million. So we're talking about 3 million, which is really not a lot of money. We managed to improve our BEE level. We do get a certification every year. We've improved from a BEE level 8 to 7, and we'll continue to look and see if we can improve that. But again, because we do have a very small staff complement of 7 and a very limited discretionary budget, the room to maneuver is quite limited. If we step off the revenue and expenses and have a look at our balance sheet, a couple of things that I want to highlight. So there are 2 significant items, I think, in terms of our balance sheet. The first one is cash and cash equivalents. Surpluses to be surrendered. This is really related to multi-year projects and funding for multi-year activities and legal fees. The legal fees really relate to the court case that is in process between the Auditor General and the Road Accident Fund. We are a second respondent in that case because really at the heart of the case is whether or not certain accounting requirements should have been applied by the Road Accident Fund or not. The Treasury has given us a pot of money that we've been keeping since 2021 to fund the legal fees because, as you can see from our budget, we really can't afford to pay legal fees for that kind of case out of our budget. So very gratefully, we do have some money for that. If we have a look at our performance for the year, we have a couple of strategic objectives. We have 5. We have our standard setting activities, which are the first 2 blocks. The first one is really to maintain and enhance existing standards or issue new ones where we think there are gaps. We achieved 2 out of the 5 outputs there. I'll explain why we didn't achieve all of these in the next slide. We undertake research to ensure that the standards respond to broader financial reporting needs. A key activity for us is really circling back to standards that have been in issue for a while and checking whether or not they are indeed meeting their intended outputs, both in terms of user needs. So are users able to make the decisions that they need? Are they able to hold officials accountable? And if we feel that the responses that we are getting indicate that we need to make changes to the standards, then we will, of course, do that. We influence international standards, which I've said predominantly that's through us participating in the International Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. We achieved 100% of our targets. We also contribute quite actively to their exposure drafts and other international bodies should the need arise. A key component of our work is to support standard setting activities. It doesn't help that we issue standards and nobody knows how to apply them. So a key activity for us is facilitating and encouraging stakeholder engagement and support. We need people to participate in the process to develop the standards, but as I said, we also need to create space for stakeholders to share views on how to apply the standards, potential issues that they might have, and of course to support the adoption. Lastly is to manage resources of the ASB, and mostly this has got to do with our communication as well as making sure that the ASB as an organisation runs effectively. So the reasons why we didn't achieve all of our targets under the first one when it comes to standard setting. So you would appreciate that standard setting is, I wouldn't say the most dynamic process, but it is a process that needs to be followed, and it's one that requires input from individuals and key stakeholders. So we have a due process that we have outlined very clearly on our website. We have kind of a rule book that we follow when it comes to setting standards. We had issued a proposed standard on social benefits, which is really cash transfers to individuals and households. Really big liabilities of government and very significant expenditure. We proposed a model for the accounting of these expenses and liabilities. We received some feedback that the model could be refined. We felt that we needed to reissue the standard for comment, just particularly the changes that we had made. Again, because it is so significant, we can't develop standards in a vacuum. This resulted in a delay in the issuing of this standard. And what we would typically do after we've issued a standard is go ahead and have a look at what the transitional arrangements would be. So we didn't issue the standard, but we issued an exposure draft of the changes, and we couldn't issue the transitional arrangements because we need to be sure that the standard is final before we do so. So that meant that 2 targets in this area were not met. And the other one was really about availability of resources. With a very small staff complement of 7, we have 4 standard setters, which means that it is challenging for us to get to everything that we need to do at moments in time, which meant a slight delay in completing an additional project. In terms of undertaking research, again, as I've said, this is really where we review the standards based on feedback that we receive from stakeholders. We had received really good feedback on one of the standards that we had reviewed, but it required us to go back to specific stakeholders, confirm their views, understand very clearly what it was that they were indicating and expressing to us. So to finalize sort of our results of the review took a little bit longer than we had thought. But again, it all goes back to making sure that we have a sound due process. In terms of facilitating and encouraging stakeholder and engagement and support, we have 2 key activities under this area. The one is developing education material for preparers of the financial statements. The other one is for users of the financial statements. So you would know, I think there was an article just in this week, about councillors and others that could be in oversight spaces that might not be that financially literate, but are being asked to make financial decisions. And some of what we are developing is really simplified material to understand what the financial statements mean and how, in fact, that information could be used to make decisions. So we struggled a little to find an appropriate service provider, just because we need somebody that understands finances, but somebody that's really able to distill key messages in a very understandable way. So we did struggle to find an appropriate service provider. We have done so now, but this project has now sort of migrated into the next financial year. In terms of managing our resources to ensure that we are effective, a key part of this, as I said, is the one part is the audit, which we know was unqualified. The second part was communication and developing a clear communication strategy. It doesn't help that we issue standards, we issue guidance, but nobody knows about it. So very importantly for us, we're always looking at opportunities to improve our communication and to ensure that we have a clear strategy and plan in place. We had worked on this, but our board had indicated that we needed an expert to really help us with this. So in the new financial year, we've actually been able to leverage resources from another public entity to assist with us, but on an ongoing basis, we will need more direct assistance. So if I have a look in the new year, the sort of mitigating actions that we have taken to hopefully avoid some of the issues that we have. In terms of our standard setting activities, the first 2, we have made a submission to the National Treasury for additional funding. For one staff member, for one project and for one sort of resource that we could use for communication. And that would really help us to achieve a number of these targets, I believe. As you saw, our budget is only 14.8 million, so it is quite small. I think we could usefully do with a little bit of extra money to help us with these things. If we have a look at the facilitating and encouraging stakeholder engagement and support, as I said, this was project specific. We have resolved this now by being able to appoint an appropriate service provider. So hopefully we won't have a reoccurrence there of targets not being met. As I mentioned, the audit result was unqualified with no findings. This has been the case since inception in 2002. We didn't identify any areas of non-compliance with laws and regulations, no UIFWE, and of course this was confirmed in the audit report. Then lastly, just to say that a lot of what we do doesn't always find expression in the targets. There's a lot that we do, as I said, to support standard setting and really trying to build a capable state. So we work quite closely with the Office of the Accountant General in various ways, in trying to help resolve queries that could exist by trying to host workshops, awareness raising sessions, GRAP updates. We are always looking for new opportunities, but of course these things do take time, and because we have such limited resources, we really would like to do more, but we are constrained, of course, by what we have at our disposal. So I think in the last year, we increased our collaboration with the Office of the Accountant General. We signed an MOU with them, and really the thrust of our collaboration is to build a capable state through various ways, shapes, and means. A key output of this collaboration has been the development of a knowledge hub. So this deals, I want to say it's like a one-stop shop for everything that's GRAP related. So if you scan the QR code, you'll be able to go onto the knowledge hub. You'll find everything between ourselves and the Office of the Accountant General that's ever been published on GRAP. There are some useful guidelines. There are links to the standards. You'll find our frequently asked questions. You'll find some tools from the Treasury. So it really has everything in one place. And I think intuitively how you can sort of scroll through the material is perhaps also a little easier than just navigating through either of our websites. But what we had found is really that people don't know which website to go to. So we're really trying to direct traffic to this particular site so that everybody knows that if you're looking for something related to the standards or standards support, this is where you find it. Thirdly, we increased our stakeholder engagement and our outreach by 33% when compared to prior years. And again, we do most of our outreach virtually, again, because we don't have a physical presence. Of course, if people invite us, we will go and visit them wherever they are. But for the most part, we have been able to leverage operating virtually. And this means that people don't need to travel. We don't need to travel, so we save money, which means that we are able to have more sessions. We are also trying to do more to support the improved application of the standards. We do have education material that we develop either through posting content on YouTube. So if you go to our YouTube channel, you will find a lot of very short sort of videos about topical issues related to the standards. I would urge you to go and have a look. Probably you'll find some very interesting material there. And social media is the other way that we really do try and help and support the application of the standards. Chair, I'm going to end there, and of course, happy to take any questions as they arise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ASP. Let's take the land bank. Are they there, Alan?
Chair, I don't see anybody from the land bank on the platform. I'll just follow up telephonically quickly.
Okay, please do so.
Chair, it's quiet here. Are people still in the meeting?
Yeah, we're trying to locate a land bank. Alan is calling them because they are the next to present.
Land bank, yeah, okay.
So we're trying to get hold of them. Alan, are we succeeding?
Chair, I've just spoken to colleagues from National Treasury, the PLOs. They are contacting them as we speak.
Let me check if PIC is ready.
Yes, Chair, we can proceed.
Okay. Let's take PIC. Welcome, Dr. Masonda, Deputy Minister and the Chairperson of the Board of the PIC, the leadership of PIC at board and executive level. Over to you. You have 25 minutes to present the report. Over to you, Dr. Masonda.
Thanks, Chair of the Standing Committee on Finance, Dr. Joe Maswanganyi. Honorable members, members of the public, and members of the media, we really want to thank you once more for giving us this opportunity to present the PIC annual report. Let me also thank the previous board members and the former CEO, Mr. Stole, who have worked within the PIC to support, to do the work on behalf of the workers. And they've really done a great job because between 2022 and the last financial year, the asset under management grew from 2.5 trillion to 3 trillion by 31st March 2025 and further to 3.5 trillion by 30 September 2025. It means that between 2022 and the last financial year and September, workers are almost 1 trillion richer. And thanks to the previous board and the former CEO and the entire management and everyone at the PIC and the clients as well for entrusting us with the workers' money. And Chair, notwithstanding the historical challenges of the unlisted portfolio, which constitute 4.5% of assets under management, the 2022 unlisted investment mandate delivered a 16% internal rate of return, exceeding the benchmark, which, for example, 1 billion investment would have generated 16 billion for the workers. And these are not just financial statistics, but it means, as I said, the wealth of the teachers, nurses, police, public servants, and workers is growing. And then let me also thank the previous board for also enhancing governance within the PIC in the last 3 to 4 years. And since we are meeting you as a new board, since appointed chair, let me congratulate the new board and the new CEO, Patrick Ndlamini, who is now almost 5 months on the job. And I'm certain, Chair, that with the new board and the new CEO, we will build on the successes of previous boards and take the PIC to the new heights. And Chair, before I hand over to the CEO, allow me to just say a few words on the operational context within which the PIC operate. Basically, what is the PIC, why we do what we do, and how we do it. And I do so fully aware that honorable members know how the PIC work, but for the sake of the public and also to set out the operational context, it's also to enhance the better understanding of the PIC's responses to some of the recent public allegations that have been made. And again, we will welcome the committee to visit us as the PIC to further see the work that we are doing in different sites, just to demonstrate that we're not just talking about numbers, but we're talking also about the impact that we are making in society. What is the PIC? As we all know, that the PIC is a state-owned asset manager, which manages funds on behalf of the government employees pension fund, unemployment pension fund, the compensation fund, and other clients. These are the contributions. These funds are contributions from workers and ourselves, who are privileged to have been assigned the responsibility to manage these funds, have a huge responsibility to do so with care and diligence. The PIC invests workers' fund so that workers will have stable incomes when they are mostly vulnerable, when they've retired, when they've been retrenched, when they are on maternity leave, when they are injured or contracted disease at work, or when they are dead and their beloved ones can continue to earn a sustainable income. The PIC is able to achieve this, as I said, Chair, by investing money in order to generate money for the workers and protect their money against inflation, so that their purchasing power is protected. And as we do so, as we chase better returns for the workers, getting more money for the workers, we also contribute towards job creation, a transformation of the economy to ensure that it grows, it industrializes, and it is transformed to reflect the demographic of this country. The PIC board does not make investment decisions. It's only when deals that are above 2 billion that those deals come to us for recommendation to the GPF board. Of course, through our committees and the board itself, we hold management accountable. It is the investment professionals within their delegated authority that make investment decisions in line with the mandate and a board-approved strategy. So GPF, UIF, CC, and other clients or funds, they set a benchmark, and by saying that we're giving this money, we expect X amount of money once we've given you this money. And I must say, Chair, that the quality of our staff is impeccable. Our team collectively holds 180 formal qualifications, which include 149 honors degrees and 68 master's degrees. And these credentials reflect our deep commitment to academic excellence in finance, economics, and related disciplines. And we're also privileged to count amongst us 21 chartered financial analysts and 29 chartered accountants. These globally recognized certifications underscore our dedication to the highest standards of professionalism, ethics, and technical competence in investment management. At the PIC, it is not just the core investment professionals that take investment decisions. In fact, it's not one person who does so. There are a number of assurance, internal bodies, legal, risk, ESG, and ethics that look at this investment. And how do we do the investment? Of course, companies, both public and private, including government, raise money for investment of their growth of their companies, and government for expenditure. And how do they do that? These institutions, both companies, private as well as public, SOEs, they issue shares and bonds, and investors such as ours, as the PIC, through these investment professionals, we buy shares and bond, and we expect returns. That is greater money than initially invested. In the case of a bond, we earn an interest. In the case of shares, we earn dividend, and it is this dividend and payment of interest that we use to pay back, or to get it back to the workers, so that they protect their workers as well as the beneficiaries during their most vulnerable moments. And of course, these professionals, in order to invest, they use very different techniques, or tools, such as internal rate of return, net present value, payback period, and so on, to really determine whether are we going to get money out of the investments that we basically make. And it's like a bank, colleagues, that when you provide a loan, when a bank provides a loan, they expect a return, and they agree with the borrower that you're going to pay us so much interest, and at the end of the maturity, you give us X amount of money. And as they do so, they manage risk, that is the probability of not getting that money back, and using different techniques as well in deciding whether it is worth, is there a chance for us to get the money back. So I think there's a lot of, and these technical techniques are not perfect. They have got their own challenges, and they are not perfect. I mean, they are widely used in the market, but they're not always perfect. And at times, the outcomes may not be what was expected. And in those instances where we have invested and the outcomes are not what we're looking for, in the companies that we've invested, we're not getting the interest back, we're not getting the dividend. As agreed, we take over the shares. And let me illustrate this point by using two examples. The one example is the one which is already in the public, Alco-Palco, and as well as Daybreak. And maybe before I talk about these two, let me make a general 2 points, actually 3 points. Firstly, all the bad investments that are in the public, except enabled capital, these investments that are reported in the media are old investments. And many of them were subject of party commission, and we take full responsibility for the bad and the good of the PIC. And with regard to the bad investment, we've been trying to settle the bad investments. We've been reporting to about these bad investments here to the committee in the previous parliament. And what we always do, Chair, is that when we exit this bad investment, we do so in a manner that is responsible to ensure that we don't destroy more value. And the second point I want to make is that some of the investment, we had amicable settlement, some through court, some through arbitration, like this Alco-Palco. And there has been a healthy tension, Chair and honorable members, between the board and management about some of the outcomes of the settlement. And the healthy tension and conflict between the board and management sometimes has been about the process and the outcomes themselves. There are instances where the board felt that the process could have been handled differently in line with the client mandate or the PIC policies. So those healthy tensions, they also demonstrate how robust the board is in just that healthy tension between the management as well as the board. It's a necessary conflict, it's a necessary tension which demonstrate that we are holding management accountable. But just briefly on Alcopalco. In 2013, the PIC loaned Alcopalco 333 million to acquire 25% shareholding in SASRIA Holding Properties Limited. In 2023, Alcopalco defaulted on its repayment obligation to the PIC. And like I said, when that happens, we take over the shares. We issued a default notice to Alcopalco that you've not been paying the loan, and therefore we are perfecting the security. We want to take over the shares, the 25% shares. And indeed, in June 2024, Alcopalco did not resist the PIC's decision to take over the shares. But Chair, before the shares are taken, there has to be evaluation conducted by independent auditors to determine the fair price of those shares. And this indeed was done, and it was to ensure that if the value, the price of the security shares exceed the indebted amount, the difference must be paid to Alcopalco and vice versa. There were two evaluations done by independent auditors to determine the value of the 25% shares. And in all these two valuations, both PIC and Alcopalco did not agree on the price of these shares. And in March 2025, there was an unsuccessful discussion with an intention between Alcopalco and the PIC, with an intention of resolving the impasse amicably and avoiding litigation. That did not succeed. The matter went to arbitration in September this year, and the arbitrator ruled that they did their own valuation, and as a result, the PIC became, as we speak now, it's holding 62% of the shares, or she has a 62%, is a 62% shareholder in SASRIA. And Chair, the really issue through the valuations, through arbitration, which the PIC through its professionals fought very hard, but the arbitration produced what produced, and we are at the point where we are considering whether we should appeal the arbitration or not, based on the advice that we are seeking from the senior legal counsel. And if we don't succeed, or we decide not to appeal, or we appeal, we're not successful, the outcome of this arbitration will mean that GPF will have 62% of the shareholding of SASRIA, as I said. And it's for this reason that we respectfully disagree with the Defense Deputy Minister Olumisa, who alleged that there was corruption in this deal without even providing any proof. And of course, he didn't write to us. As I was discussing with him, he says, no, DM, I've wrote to the president, I've written to the Parliament, and I've also written to AG, and will provide all the information necessary to really put our case, how we basically dealt with this issue. But from where I'm sitting at this stage, there's no an iota of corruption, but we will see what the investigators will present, what we know as the PIC. And if we continue to be a 62% shareholder or whatever percentage, given the fact that Lanseria is an asset of strategic importance with intrinsic economic value to the PIC, we will continue working closely with Lanseria management team to continue growing this particular asset with a view to reduce our exposure over time. And therefore, Chair, I don't want to come across as avoiding any question, a debate on Alco-Palco transaction. I will appeal that at this stage, we don't venture much into Alco-Palco transaction because, as I said, we're still determining whether we should appeal or not, and we don't want what we're saying here to be used against us, but also we must respect the confidentiality associated with the arbitration. The PIC will be the last organization to violate the law, to undermine arbitration, but we are looking at it to determine what is the next course, what should be the next course of action in this regard. And yes, we got a legal opinion that advised that the chances for success are deemed at this stage, but we are still having conversations internally to determine whether there are better prospects for success. So, and I think during the discussion, Chair, we'll also share with the committees lessons learned and how we have improved the structuring of these deals, which by and large, they depend on the payment of dividend, So I think we'll share the lessons. I don't want to spend a lot of time because the CEO and the team still need to present. But at the right moment, if we still have an opportunity, we'll share the lessons learned and how we have improved in terms of structuring deals so that we don't have a situation where the sponsor of the project or the borrower doesn't pay for 10 years and we come very late, and also dealing with the circumstances where these deals, these loans are contingent on the payment of the dividend. And there are certain things that we have put forward to improve the future deals that wherein people come and they've no either collateral or other sources of financing the deal except the payment of the dividend. The last issue, Chair, I want to put before you, before I ask the CEO, it is now public knowledge that 2 of our investment professionals have been suspended based on the allegations of wrongdoing. These are allegations and they must be tested. And again, we'll appeal that both the committee and the public to give the PIC time and space to deal with these matters. And we want to assure you that we will not leave any stone unturned. And at this stage, Chair, let me hand over to the CEO and his team to take us through the presentation on our annual performance 2024-2025. Over to you, CEO, and your team.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the Honorable Chair, as well as the Honorable members of the committee. Thank you very much to our Chair, Honorable Chair. Really, it is quite a great moment for the PIC at this point in time to share with the honorable members of the committee our financials and our performance. And really, let me just quickly take you through what actually we have achieved to the end of March 2025 As you can see, Chair, on our board, our listed equities comprising 46%, which translates to about 1.5 trillion rand. Listed bonds sitting at 32%, which is just under 1 trillion rand. Listed properties at 2%, equating to about 60 billion. Cash and money markets at 4%, equating to about 120 billion. That makes about 84% of our listed domestic. And on the unlisted side, unlisted investments, yes, as the chair engaged on this one, that this is the area that we do accept has been the challenge, but we have gone very far in terms of dealing with it and cleaning it out and making sure that we put in strategies that actually are going to completely and totally turn it around. And we will continue to come before these honorable members of your committee, Chair, to make sure that we fully account for what we're doing and to make sure that South Africans and our clients as well are fully comfortable that we are doing what is expected of us. And really, Chair, allow me also to emphasize that as the PIC, I can say that without any fear of contradiction, both on behalf of Team PIC as well as our board, that we really want to be held accountable, because we want to account for each and everything that we do. It's very important for public confidence, it's very important for our clients' confidence, but it's also quite clear that we must all assure the rest of South Africa that we are doing the best we can and we will turn the corner. And already we can see, as the chair said, there were a lot of legacy portfolio issues that we have cleaned, and the Party Commission came forward and recommended certain measures that we put in place. And really we have implemented a great deal of Mpati's recommendation, including reporting all the implicated officials to the law enforcement authority, and we are making ongoing engagement with the law enforcement authority in terms of where they are. And I must say that there is some progress and they are working on all these matters. And well, Chair, as you can see, that unlisted investment equates to about 60 billion at 2%, and unlisted real estate at 2%, again another 60 billion, both equating to about 120 billion at 4%. And in terms of the offshore and the rest of Africa investments, 1% is about 30 billion rand, and the global listed equities at 9% of our portfolio, equating to just under 300 billion rand. The global listed bonds at 2%, equating to about 60%. All of that portfolio sitting just under 390 billion rand. And again, if we're to look at the vast majority of it being our government employees' pension funds at 88%, equating to about 2.7 trillion rand, UIF at 5%, equating to about 150 billion, and compensation fund equating to about 4% in rand value at 120 billion, thereabout, and the AIPF at 1% and others at 2%, both equating to about 90 billion. And really, Chair, we are very proud of what actually we've been able to achieve and to deliver on behalf of our clients. As you can see, that what actually, if we're to look at 2016 March to beginning March, end of March 2024, that portfolio grew at about 800 billion. And because of the Black Swan event in 2020 in the form of the COVID-19. But now it's good to see that we are seeing a massive recovery and growth, and we actually, if we're to look at to end 2025 March, at that just over 3 trillion, and as of end of September at just about 3.5 billion. 3.5 trillion rather, Chair, and I'm quite positive that we will be able to come and continuously share with the rest of South Africa and the committee, Honorable Chair, in terms of what we are planning for PIC to achieve in the next 5 years. We're quite positive, and I'm sure that South Africans are going to be very proud of what we're putting in place and how we will be looking after the monies of our clients and how important and sacrosanct we want to treat the monies of our clients. So it really, Chair, and again, I can just at a high level touch on the issues around and highlights and challenges around listed investments. We've seen significant growth in the space overall around over about 16%. But yes, in terms of the listed side, about 32% being driven for the asset under management. And PICs, the pick-off grew by just under 16%, beating the benchmark, which is also a significant contributor to PIC's net profit growth and further strengthening PIC's balance sheet. And again, for the performance for our top 5 clients, and really beating CPI plus targets for all our portfolio. Of the 300 billion allocated to domestic asset management, the 268 billion, which you can say about 87% of that actually is allocated to PE firms. And Africa Equity, yes, recorded some underperformance compared to benchmark and primarily due to the Naira impact in Nigeria because of the Dangote holdings and MTN in Nigeria and as well as EcoBank. But we are paying attention to all these assets as well, because we want to make sure that all our assets are able to perform closer to what we're expecting them to perform at. We are engaging and we are really reviewing and these kinds of assets and many others. And on the unlisted side, as I have said earlier on, that yes, we have seen a lot of improvements. As you can see, Chair, that for the year under review, just under 8 billion of transactions were approved, 18 billion of the 23 billion of the GPF unlisted investment mandate, which actually records a 78% deployment rate if you take 18 of the 20 out of the 23 billion, and again ahead of our target, for 3-year target by 60%. And our internal rate of return of the 22 unlisted PPM is currently sitting at 16.3%, showing a significant improvement vis-a-vis prior years. And high transformational in early stage fund and multi-manager private markets. And again, Chair, in terms of we have put in place for these unlisted investments a lot of action and initiatives to really look at addressing all the issues and recording improvements and making sure that we can be able to demonstrate departure from the past and dealing with distressed assets and making sure that we are able to review and make sure that they deliver as expected, all these assets on the unlisted investment side. We are also taking measures to enhance our skill sets and to make sure that all the gaps identified are strongly addressed so that we can be able to demonstrate a clear departure from the past and significant improvements especially on the unlisted investment share. And again, we are addressing all the challenges as per the AGSA with regards to UIF and CF and the misalignment in terms of the year ends and the reporting by our investee companies back to our UIF and CF clients. We have put measures in place. Our CFO is leading these engagements. I must say that actually even our clients, both UIF and CF, are quite comfortable with the measures that we are putting in place to make sure that we are able to address these issues that have been nagging our clients and frustrating the AGSA's audit as well. I'm hoping that in the next financial year we'll be able to record a significant improvement in this regard. Again, on the unlisted side, it's also one of our headache areas that we are taking head-on, Chair, and addressing. And I must say that 5.5 billion of transactions have been approved for our listed properties, and really bringing the 3-year total approvals to over 10 billion, and 32% of the approved transaction containing 51% of BE shareholding, and again trying to drive meaningful transformation and making sure that we still are able to generate a risk-adjusted return for our clients. Investment pipeline in excess of 20 billion, and listed property development and direct portfolio remains a challenge. And again, we are stepping up in this regard. And I must say that actually we really are looking at, we are cleaning up this area as well, just like we are addressing the unlisted investments. Property area, our property area, we're working very hard with our team to make sure that we are able to see a massive turnaround, and we have just welcomed our new head of properties, who's just under 3 months into the space, and we are seeing significant improvement. And I must say that even our clients are quite appreciative of the improvement that actually recorded in this space. I wanted now, Chair, through with your permission, Honorable Chair, to hand over to our CFO to take us through the financial performance. I thank you very much, Chair. CFO.
Thank you. So I'm not sure I vote first. Good morning, Honorable Chair, and good morning to the honorable members. I will take you through the financial highlights. Our revenue, we have seen a 4% increase to 1.3 billion, and it is mainly driven by the AUM increase, which increased by 13.2% to 3.049 trillion. In terms of our total expenses, you will see when we break it down, we have had an increase of 9% to 1.239 billion rands, and that is mainly because of our employee cost increase of 12%, and also our IT costs, which have increased by 37%. Our net profit has seen a substantial increase of 89%, and that is mainly because of the investment income. We have seen an outperformance in our foreign listed portfolio and also on the fixed income. Again, in terms of the contribution, we have seen an increase in the investment income, and that is coming from our operating fund growth. And we've seen a significant unrealized profit of 278 million in terms of from our financial assets. And this is compared to the previous year where we saw an unrealized loss of 36 million in the previous year. And that is all caused by the improvement in our trading conditions that we have seen in the market. If we look at the total income, I've already spoken to the management fees, which is the majority of our revenue. It is sitting at 1.3 billion, and that is the 4% increase that we have seen as a result of the growth in the asset under management to 3.049 trillion, which is an increase of 13.2%. But you might be asking then in terms of the 4% when the AUM is growing by 13.2%, and that is primarily because of the agreed low management fee that we get from our clients, and in terms of the preference from the clients for a passive strategy on investments. In terms of the other income, which has boosted the total revenue, we have seen a 27% increase from 274 million to 347 million. And that is the income that is from our investments and also from our investee companies. If I move to the expenses, our expenses mainly, you will see that the personnel cost has increased by 12%, and that is the cost to company. However, in terms of our incentives, we have seen a reduction of 11% from 170 million to 152 million. And that is mainly because of the performance that contributes to the pull in the incentives. And because of the focus in the digital strategy of the company, the IT-related costs have increased by 37% to 210 million. If you move to the next one. So our financial position, you will see the total assets having increased by 7% to 4.9 billion. And also in terms of our equity, where we have got our cash reserves of 3.6 billion, we have seen an increase of 9% to 4.3 billion because of the profit that we have seen increasing by 89%. In terms of our liabilities, we only have got current liabilities, which have decreased by 11% to 520 million. And as indicated, that is mainly because of the reduction in our leases and also the long-term incentives. And we do not have any long-term debt. In terms of our financial sustainability ratios, we are still within our target. When you look at the total cost to total income, we have a target of 80% and we have achieved a 77%. And also one, which is the employee cost over total income, we have achieved 87% against the target of 40%. And these two ratios are part of our performance information that we will be covering later on. If we look at the financial impact, our ratio on the net profit over the management fees, we have seen it increasing from 21% to 39%. And in terms of the financial assets, as indicated from our equity, we have a cash reserve of 3.6 billion and compared to 3 billion in the prior year. We continue to declare a dividend to our shareholder. In the current financial year, in 2025, we have declared 145 million and it was paid. And in the previous year, we had declared 141 million. In terms of our staff complement, we have 443 personnel, of which 55% is women, and also 86% of the staff complement is African, and 41% of the total staff complement is Black women, which are in the senior position and also top management. We have recruited 30 new graduates and with preference from the historically disadvantaged individuals, of which 28 of these graduates are African and 53% of them are women. Our skills development impact, we have over 5.7 million of bursaries that were dispersed to 51 students, of which 43 of them were African and 76% are women. If we look at our performance against the key strategic objectives, we have 4 strategic objectives. And on the financial efficiency, which touches on the financial sustainability ratios, we have achieved both on the total costs over the total income, where we achieved 36% against 40%, as well as the employee costs over the total income. On the total costs we have of total income, we did achieve 78%, which is within the 80% target. On the next objectives, we have got 7 KPIs, and that is in relation to the internal business processes, our operational efficiency. we achieved 5 of the KPIs, and the 2 KPIs that were not achieved are relating to the audit outcome, where we achieved an unqualified audit opinion. However, it had material findings, and the target is to ensure that we do not have material findings. The second KPI that we did not meet is in relation to the risk index, and that then indicated that we need to improve our internal controls, and it is also linked to that audit outcome that we received. The third objective is relating to the customers or the stakeholders. Under that, we have got 12 KPIs and 5 were not achieved. This is where we are measuring the returns to our clients under the unlisted investments and also unlisted investments as well as properties. Whilst we were able to grow the AUM by 13.2%, however, we missed the benchmark on the listed investments by 0.42%. And in terms of the unlisted investments, the KPI that was not met is in relation to the return on the internal rate of return that was less than the benchmark, as well as the property investments, where we did not meet the return in terms of the benchmark. The other area where we did not meet, we did not achieve on the KPI is in relation to supporting women in the investments that were approved in the financial year. We missed the participation of women target of 30%, and we achieved 16.9%. Excuse me. The last objective is in relation to human capital management, where we have 8 KPIs and only 4 of those KPIs were met. And those would relate to the need to improve on our performance information implementation, as well as the succession management that was not completed. And the last one is the surveys results, action plans that needed to be implemented, and we missed on implementing at least 61.5% of those action plans. If we look at our audit outcome for 2025 financial year, out of the 3 outcome areas, the first one, which relates to our financial efficiency statements, we were able to have no material findings there for the past 3 financial years. And on the audit of predetermined objectives, on objective number 3, the auditors felt that these were not SMART principles, were not based on SMART principles. And on the third outcome area, which is compliance, we had non-compliance with Section 10.1 of the PIC Act as a finding, as well as on the non-prevention of irregular expenditure. And I will touch on the reasons for those ones in the next slides. However, the overall audit outcome is unqualified audit opinion with material findings, which also affected our performance information. If we look at the summary of the audit findings in terms of the information systems and the IT general control review, we saw an improvement in the audit findings in this financial year, where in the previous financial year we had 12 findings and only 3 findings in the current year, which related to the unlisted investment system deployment and also the utilization and administrator activity. However, that improvement is commended, and we hope to improve there. The other area where there was regression is in regards to procurement and the contract management, and that is as a result of the misalignment of our procurement policy to the PPFA. The other area that was of concern in terms of the audit outcome is the assets under management, where there was findings on non-compliance with the investment processes. If we look at the expenditure management on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, Chair, you will see that we have a 16.3 million that has been identified, but it related to prior years. And this is the interest that we had to pay in relation to that apportionment that was not done in those years. So this relates to the 10-year period between 2011 and 2021.
Order, Chair.
No, a bit.
Chair, we're now at slide 17 of more than 40, and as much as we want to engage with the PIC today, I fear that the ongoing presentation that's now gone on for more than 25 minutes will squeeze out time for questions.
I will summarize my slides, Honorable Chair, if that is okay.
Okay, please.
And take them as read. I will just conclude on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because we had entered on the voluntary disclosure program with SARS, and we were able to save 9.7 million in relation to the penalty. In terms of the audit findings, I have already touched on them in terms of the assets under management, which was in relation to the non-compliance to the investment processes. I've also spoken about the finding on the performance information, which relates to the deficiency on the performance information. We have resolved this by developing a technical indicator description document, and so that should then resolve that audit finding. In terms of the irregular expenditure, there's also work that we have done to ensure that we strengthen our human resources department. And on the procurement and contract management, we have taken steps there, Chair, in relation to amending our delegation of authority and reviewing our policies as well. Chair, the last two is in relation to the potential material irregularity, and that is the finding on Daybreak Farms as well as Enable Capital. And the auditors felt on Daybreak that there was insufficient due diligence that was performed. However, we were able to respond to this potential material irregularity, and we are still waiting for the response from the Auditor General. The response on Enable Capital, which related to the investee company putting Enable Capital under voluntary business rescue. PIC has acted swiftly on these matters, and the auditors also feel satisfied of the steps that we've taken and reporting all these matters to the relevant authorities and ensuring that we are perfecting on our guarantees within no time, as we received that judgment in July of 2025. And so we've already perfected on that. And the acknowledgement from AG was positive on this one, so we are hopeful that it will not be a material irregularity. Thank you, Chair. I will hand over to our CIO.
Thank you, CFO. Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. My name is August van Heerden. I'm the Acting Chief Investment Officer at the PIC. I'd like to just take you through some real key highlights to the performance of our 3 trillion fund And I'll start off with our listed, which, as the CEO spoke about up front, this slide covers 96% of our portfolio, of our listed portfolio's performance, and we tranche our performance into various time periods, and we look at absolute versus benchmark, and we look at the fund performance versus CPI plus performance targets as well, depending on which client has which metrics. We see really strong absolute performance in the last 12 months, with the fund top clients generating just under 70% return. If we look at the red figures that show where we didn't perform well, the first one is the Africa listed portfolio that the CEO did talk about earlier, due to the devaluation of the Naira of our Nigerian exposures on the listed exchange there, plus the GPF local listed portfolio, where we are currently impacted by financial services stock to caps due to significant ownership requirements coming out of the Reserve Bank, which we're currently working on as well. The two compensation fund performances that are on the bench in the 12-month period are also due to the underweight of financial services and the overweight of cash that we held in this portfolio waiting to deploy investments. We look at the CPI targets at the bottom. The key ones that are underperforming those long-term targets are in the 3-year space. We are confident that as inflation continues to be low and as performance is high, that in the next period when we report that all those bottom figures will be positive and in the green. If we look at our multi-manager public market space that the CEO also mentioned, where we've increased our performance and our allocation to externally managed program, where we have currently 308 billion rand of funds allocated to domestic firms, and of that 87% is to BEE firms. That has increased significantly from the 17% back in 2009, when we only had 65 billion managed externally. Also worth noting that we have 25 domestic firms, and we also have 15 global firms that manage 325 billion of our assets under management. Chair, if I can just talk around, and I know the chair of the PIC did talk about why we actually do invest in unlisted assets. We still believe there's a strong business case for this asset class, and if we allocate capital correctly into the undeserved sectors, we can create new assets and stimulate job creation and innovation, and we can catalyze transformational change throughout the economy if we do allocate capital appropriately. We also see that quite often firms will follow the PIC. If we invest, they will come in after us, and we're crowding other investors into this space. And really importantly is the ability to influence outcomes directly through our active ownership and our strong governance participation through our ESG team. Just to confirm, the unlisted portfolio, Chair, we sit with 71 billion currently in unlisted assets. This is 2% of our total assets under management. It declined from 75 billion in the prior year, largely due to significant repayments from our counters. We have 153 active investments that we invest in. The majority of these, about 80%, is with GPF. It's a very well diversified portfolio on sector, industry, location, etc. And we have had 43% of the amounts that we've invested have already paid back to the portfolio. We highlight some of the top 10 performances of these 153 assets. We've just taken the top 10 to show by return, and we also show the top 10 investments by total value. The top 10 of below in the chart of the 33 billion of value is 46% of the portfolio, and we do list, and you can see SA Home Loans, on a funding basis, plus on equity, African Exim Bank, ETG, African Finance Corporation, etc. Real well-performing assets that we have. Chair, the chair of the PIC spoke around the analysis of our performance and what we call our debt vintage analysis, which goes back and looks at our current portfolio and understands the year of origin. It doesn't mean that we abdicate responsibility for it. We are accountable for the whole portfolio, but it allows us to understand what were our risk appetite, what were our processes and policies when we were granting those loans. This graph shows that since the party commission, there have been three key, in the last 6 years, defaults that we've raised impairments on. As the CFO mentioned, there's Enable Capital, there's Daybreak, and there's Lazarus Financial Services. Those are the impairments that we've raised on loans that we've originated in the last 5 years, and there is detail that's provided there. We do continue to focus on the legacy transactions where there is significant interest still being raised on a monthly basis on that, which continues to drive the performance. If you just go to the next slide, please, I'll talk about the properties portfolio. Our properties portfolio, again, is 60 billion, also 2% of our assets. And we have 397 different property assets under our portfolio, and we've seen strong growth in this. Our next two slides just show some of the key counters in this portfolio and their return, just to show some of the key components of this.
Excuse me, Chair.
Honourable Bateman.
Good morning, Honourable Chair. I would just like to ask whether it would be possible, because we did receive the slides in advance, to wrap up the presentation now so that we can move on to the question time. I'm just concerned about our time situation.
Okay, we requested that they should. How far are you, CEO Chairperson, so that you can wrap up?
Two more slides and I'm done, Honourable Chair.
Okay.
Okay, if we just show the next slides, please, beyond the, this shows our top indirectly held property portfolio, which just shows some of the key outliers and the well-known buildings that the PIC owns across the country. And here is the indirectly held portfolio as well, where we show the key ones of our Pareto portfolio, and the waterfront being significant and really well and strong performing investments. Across a portfolio like this, you do see the two underperforming ones, which we have active strategies to mitigate going forward. I will take the next slide as read, just showing our social impact and how we do make a difference into the environment, and where we have created over 200,000 jobs in the past throughout the sectors. Chair, I'll pause there. And CTO, do you want to talk quickly about this, and then we can move on to questions?
Thank you, August. Thank you, Chair. Just a quick comment on, given our big asset base and the portfolios that we are actually responsible for, I think it stands to reason that we'll have to protect the asset base, to remain vigilant given the cybersecurity risk that is increasing. And perhaps out of this slide is just to mention that given the many initiatives that we do to protect the environment, PIC to date hasn't had any successful cyber breach. And I think we'll continue to be vigilant by increasing our awareness campaigns, investing into the tools that manage the security attack phase, and Chair will continue to do that into the next year, given our strategy that will be powered by digital. The rest of the things, Chair, I think they've been covered in the performance scorecard, in terms of the kind of things that we do. But automation and digitization will continue to lead and ensure that our investment strategies and processes are as efficient and as sustainable and as secure as they need to be. Chair, I'll stop there, but I'll take questions if there are any, just to give color to this slide.
Okay, let's pause there. We will come back after comments and questions from the members. Land Bank, are you ready?
Yes, we are ready, Honorable Chair. To the Honorable Chair of this committee, the Honorable members of the committee, the board members of the other sister entities that are here, and the leadership, very good morning to all of you. My name is Themba Rikotso. I'm the CEO of the Land Bank. Honorable Chair, I would like to start by expressing our apologies for joining slightly late. We are currently at the Land Bank Board strategy session with the full board of Land Bank. We thought we'll be able to manage time, Honorable Chair. We had planned to join at 10. It appeared that we were needed just a few minutes before our scheduled time. So apologies for that, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. Honorable Chair, I am with the entire board of Land Bank, which is led by the chairperson of the board, Mr. Mcebisi Skwacha. We also have the deputy chairperson of the board in attendance and all the other board members. We have also the executives of the bank that are also here in attendance. I'm going to lead, Honorable Chair, with the presentation from the Land Bank. We will most certainly finish within our allocated 25 minutes. We'll try and save a few minutes. Honorable Chair, I need to start by indicating that as the committee may be aware, we have a new board that we are thankful to the Honorable Minister for appointing the new board. The new board actually started just over a month or so ago. And we are now, Honorable Chair, able to then perform our work properly. I'm going to start with the first part of the presentation, Honorable Chair, and I will have my two other executives, the Managing Director of Land Bank Insurance, coming after me, and our CFO will then come after that to finish up our presentation. We will take our submission as read, Honorable Chair, and we're going to focus on the first 20 slides, and we're not going to go slide by slide. Let me just put a slide up. Sharing. Let me share. Okay, I think I'm going to start with the first part, Honorable Chair, of our presentation. Just to indicate, Honorable Chair, that we're going to present on both the Land Bank Group and the Land Bank Insurance. As the committee members are aware, the Land Bank Group consists of the Land Bank Insurance, which consists of two insurance companies, and of course, the bank side. If we go to the next slide, and on the next slide, Honorable Chair, we are just indicating our mandate once again, which this Honorable Committee is fully aware of. Land Bank is a specialized development financial institution focusing mainly on the agricultural sector. And our mandate, Honorable Chair, is to develop the agricultural sector and more importantly, to transform this sector. And we are going to do so, Honorable Chair, by ensuring that we change the land ownership patterns in South Africa, ensure that we bring into agriculture the historical disadvantaged individuals, and also to ensure that we are intentional in ensuring that their activities in agriculture are increased. We have set various outcomes that we expect to see out of our mandate, and those includes the intentionality on including the historical disadvantaged persons into agriculture. Agriculture contributes quite significantly into the GDP. There's been quite a lot of work that has been done on this. And of course, huge amount of jobs are created out of agriculture. If I move to the next slide, Honorable Chair. On this slide, Honorable Chair, we are indicating that we are continuing to implement our turnaround strategy. We have said before that the bank is busy with its turnaround strategy, where we are reorientating the bank back towards its development mandate. This, of course, follows the default that we had in 2020, which we were successful in curing last year. And now we are at the consolidation phase, and we are busy with the implementation of our strategy. We have included quite a lot of details, Honorable Chair, in the annexures, and this includes the details about our strategy and also includes the details around our priorities. I will touch on certain elements of our strategic priorities on the next slides. If we move to the next slide. On these particular slides, Honorable Chair, we are making a reflection on the progress that we have made in the past financial year, focusing mainly on the 10 strategic priorities. If we look at the first strategic priority, which is around the liability solution, this financial year, Honorable Chair, it is the year where we were successful in curing the debt default of the bank. The bank went into default back in April 2020, and we have been working very, very hard with the support of the board to ensure that we reach a debt restructure agreement with all the lenders. We were successful in September 2024 to cure the default of the bank, and that has seen the bank now going back to implement its mandate and start to operate normally. We are now focusing on ensuring compliance with all the undertakings of the liability solution and also ensuring that we meet all the agreements that we have reached with the lenders. On strategic priority number 2, which is ensuring the loan book quality, the mandate of the bank is to finance the agricultural sector. And the loan book of the bank, of course, is the key measure of how well we are doing in financing this particular sector. We are focusing on improving the quality of the book. We have said before in this honorable committee that one of the reasons why we went into default was because the quality of our book was not good enough. At the back of that default, we lost a lot of clients and our non-performing loans increased, which affected the book quality. We're starting to see an increase on the quality or an improvement on the quality of the book, though, of course, we are still experiencing some declines on the book. Some of those are driven by the work that we are doing in remediating our non-performing loans, and some of those non-performing loans are exiting the book. However, in the financial year that we are in, which will be seen only when we come back and report, you will start to see a good quality book that is starting to build up. Strategic priority number 3 was around the funding model of the bank. We indicated before that we've got to address the funding model of the bank, and we've got to ensure that we start to bring in some diversity in the funding of the bank. Of course, the funding model of the bank was a contributor into the default, and we've said before, our ability to implement our mandate and to perform well is dependent on how well the bank is funded. So huge amount of focus on the funding of the bank, and a lot of discussions are taking place with National Treasury on how they can support. But more importantly, we are now back into the market and look at how we can actually address the funding fundamentals of the bank. Strategic priority number 4 was about improving the organizational capacity and ensuring that the bank has embedded capacity to carry out its mandate. We implemented a holistic organizational restructure in the previous financial year, and we are now sitting at 97% capacitation of the new structures. The vacancy rates have reduced quite significantly, and we are now sitting at around 3% of the vacancy rate. Strategic number 5 deals with what we have called the biggest problem of the bank, which is our non-performing loans. There's a huge amount of focus in remediating our non-performing loans. From back in 2022, we had about 12.4 billion of non-performing loans. Currently, it has reduced significantly. It's sitting well below 8 billion, and we are seeing that NPL ratio improving significantly. For the first time in this financial year that we are in, the NPL ratio will start to get below to around about 45%. And of course, the biggest driver of that has been the attrition of the big clients. When the bank went into default, a lot of those clients went into the commercial banks, but the bank also needed the money from those clients as well, which we're able to use to pay more than 70% of the debt that was defaulted. In strategic priority number 6, which is looking at the role of the bank in helping the government to drive land reform, there's been a huge amount of engagement with the Department of Agriculture, land reform, and we hope that we will reach an agreement very soon. We've made proposal on the role that we believe we can play as a land bank in helping government to be effective in implementing land reform. But with the work that we are doing, which I will share some stats on the blended finance, we are seeing some progress in transforming the sector and start to change those land ownership patterns in the South African agriculture. In strategic priority number 7, this is some of the focus areas and the strategic postures that we have taken as a bank, where we are now focusing on partnerships to help us to develop the sector, and also using the partnership to help us to solve some of the challenges that are there in the agricultural sector. Lots of progress that we are seeing on this, and it's helping us to start to be very, very effective in doing our mandate. I will leave it here, Chair, in as far as the progress on the priorities is concerned. I did say at the beginning that we are taking this as read. We're just highlighting on some of the key measures. If we go now into our key performances, now diving into our key performance areas, we had 5 key performance areas making up about 23 KPIs. Key to note to this committee is that out of the 23 KPIs that we had, we managed to achieve 83%. 19 out of 23 were all achieved 100% successfully in the financial year. The other 4 were not fully achieved. By fully achieved, Honorable Chair, we mean that 100% of the KPI was met. By not fully achieved, we mean on some, we might have achieved 90%. On some of those 4, we might have achieved 80%. 90 or 80% to us equals unachieved of the KPIs. Just highlighting some, Honorable Chair, development effectiveness. This is where we are measuring the impact of the work that the bank is doing in developing the sector. We managed also to achieve quite a number of these KPIs. The concerning ones, which were part of the 4 that were not achieved, were some of the disbursements target that we had set. We wanted to disburse 700 million worth of blended finance. We fell short. In this financial year that we are in, we are now outperforming all those disbursement figures. So you can see that the bank is really starting to pump and starting to perform very, very well. In the financial sustainability as well, quite a number that were achieved, including, of course, our net interest margin, the cost to income ratio, and also the NPL. And of course, we fell short when it came to, of course, addressing some of the revenue generation elements and, of course, the income diversification. If we move to the next ones, Honorable Chair, the next one talks to the stakeholder management and client centricity. Here, most of the KPIs were achieved. Organizational effectiveness, most of the KPIs here were also achieved. And of course, it also included the governance area. We also achieved quite a number of those. I'll highlight in the next slide, Honorable Chair, some of the impact that we are starting to see with the transformation that we're driving in the sector and on the blended finance in particular. The blended finance is a program that we are thankful to the Department of Agriculture for partnering with us and come up with the grants that we are using to transform the sector. We managed in the past, the blended finance was relaunched back in October 2022, and we are now just under 3 years of implementing blended finance. We disburse about we approve around 3.4 billion worth of blended finance transactions. Out of that, 80% of it has been disbursed, which amounts to about 2.5 billion. And more importantly, Honorable Chair, we were able to get about 784 hectares into production, which is quite significant. We are confident, Honorable Chair, that in almost a year or so, we will reach about 1 million hectares that are under production. All of these are in the hands of Black farmers. About 466 Black farmers have been commercialized, and these Black farmers, Honorable Chair, across all the critical commodities that historically we had never seen Black farmers participating in. So huge amount of progress that we are starting to see. Of course, the transformation in the sector will take quite a long while for us to address. We're going to move into the next slides now. And at this point, we were indicating some of the success stories, Honorable Chair. There's a huge amount of success stories that we are profiling almost on a monthly basis. And here we're highlighting just few of them. The first project is in the Northern Cape. It consists of about 114 smallholder land farmers. It's an organic raising farming business. And out of these 114 in an area called Onsiep Kap, we are starting to see almost 70% of the economic activities in that region driven by this agricultural project. France Farming in the Free State, one of the highly commercialized farmer, one of our biggest success stories, who is doing very, very well. And of course, there are many other stories that we have across the country. So I'm going to leave it here, Honorable Chair, and hand over to the Managing Director for Land Bank Insurance, Mr. Pascal Supugu, to just give some highlights on some of the work that we are doing in the insurance sector.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. I will be quite brief. The focus for the insurance entities during the financial year was on two key areas. First one was the return to profitability of the companies, especially the crop insurance portfolio, which has been posting losses for many years. So the focus really was on implementing remediation to turn the business to profitability. The second area of focus has been around how we improve our support to the development emerging farmer segment. Chairperson, indeed, we recognized that to achieve this, we needed to first create organizational capacity and set the rails and foundations for us to achieve that. Chairperson, as we reflect on the year, I'm happy to report that we made notable progress on both these objectives. So first, the crop business posted a profit of 43 million, which is a marked swing from a loss of 15 million in the prior year. And indeed, we continue to focus on additional remediation interventions to further improve the profitability of the company. In respect of support to the farmer, to the emerging farmer segment, also very happy to report that during the year, we developed and launched a unique insurance product to support smallholder farmers to mitigate against the risk of drought. And indeed, it is very early days, but we note a significant interest of these products by smallholders. And we've opened discussions with the Department of Agriculture to look at ways to bring in premium subsidies to support the affordability of these solutions. Chairperson, I'll pause at this stage. Thank you.
Honorable Chair will now hand over to our CFO to give highlights of the group financial performance.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I hope you can hear me. Thanks, CEO. I think on the financial performance, Chair, I'll quickly go through the successes and focus areas. I will then look at the numbers and then close out with the audit outcome. On the successes and focus areas, and the CEO would have covered some of this, so I'll do my best not to repeat, Chair. What we've seen is, compared to the prior years, improved profitability of the bank. The successful implementation of the new operating model and organizational structure has also benefited the bank, Chair, especially when it comes to execution. I think it helps to have the right skills and capacity as we turn around the organization. The CEO has alluded to curing of the 4-year default. That was, I think, for us a major success, as it now allows us to focus on driving the mandate of the bank. We have, as a result, also seen increased disbursements, and this, for me, Chair, links directly to the implementation of the new operating model. Our disbursements compared to prior year have almost doubled. We have also successfully implemented IFRS 17. You recall, Chair, when we came to this committee last year, we had a qualified audit on one of our insurance companies. That has been successfully turned around. And then, of course, the launch and implementation of the index insurance on our insurance business. All the land bank entities, so group as well as our insurance companies, received an unqualified audit opinion, Chair. We had said when we presented to this committee previously that we working towards a clean audit, which is the goal for the organization, and that work continues. In terms of the key focus areas, I think in addition to, of course, the other bits and pieces on the strategic component, the CEO alluded to funding being a challenge for the bank. So our liquidity position at the moment is not, especially when you project forward, it's not looking very good. So we're working hard to, as outlined by the CEO, Chair, to address that challenge. We're also working to achieve a clean audit. So we've got an audit remediation process under the oversight of the board audit and finance subcommittee to make sure that, for 2026, we do everything we need to do to achieve a clean audit. Moving on to the numbers, Chair, in terms of on the income statement side, I will talk to, so the bank is in the business of selling money, really. That's what we do. So our main source of revenue is interest income. So the first line that you'll see is the net interest margin. That has increased from 714 million for 2024 to 1.8 in 2025. And the big jump, Chair, is mainly due to, so you'll recall that the bank was recapitalized by the shareholder, but that capital came with conditions. And one of the main conditions, Chair, was curing of the default. The funds were kept in an escrow account pending the bank meeting all the conditions that came with the recapitalization. So we generated interest from those funds, and that's why we're seeing a significant increase year on year. Impairments, when you're lending money, it's inherent in the business that you will carry some losses. So we make provisions for those. We've seen an increase from March 24 to March 25, 114 to 878, and it was really mainly due to we've seen some accounts that went into default during the year. But as the CEO mentioned, we also are undertaking what we call an NPL remediation process, Chair, to clean up our NPL book. And we had to write off some of the non-performing accounts, and that contributed to that impairment number. Operating expenses, we're seeing an increase, and the reason being that, Chair, when the bank went into default, we lost a lot of capacity. And with the implementation of the new operating model, as well as the new organizational structure, one of the things that the bank needed to do and achieve was to make sure that we bring back the right skills, as well as have sufficient capacity to be able to execute on our mandate. And what we're seeing there is that the operating expenses are increasing, but they're coming off a very low base, where the organization was not necessarily adequately capacitated nor skilled to undertake its mandate. And then the comprehensive income ended at 519 million for 25, which is an increase from 2024. On the financial position side, our cash was sitting at 9.4 billion compared to 14.8 billion in 2024. One of the things that you'll see, Chair, when you look at the trend on the cash, you see a massive decrease, and this is as and when we repay the debt. So that's why our cash is decreasing at this rate. Investments, which is really our non-core investments, are fairly solid. I must say, I said non-core. Included in that amount is also the investment on the land bank insurance business. Net loans and advances, we're seeing a decrease. One of the main contributors is the CEO mentioned that we did write off some accounts as part of the NPL remediation process, and that would have contributed notably to that decrease. Chair, we wrote off, I think last year was about 1.3 billion that the bank had to write off. I do need to mention, Chair, that we don't write off and just leave it at that. We continue to collect off balance sheet. Total assets, again, we're seeing a decrease driven largely by the decrease in our cash resources and the slight decrease that we're seeing on the net loans and advances. The funding liabilities, which is essentially, it actually talks to the debt that we had to restructure. As at end of March, we closed at 9.9 billion. I think, Chair, it's worth mentioning that when the bank defaulted, the funding liabilities were sitting at just under 42 billion. And we have been able to repay it to these levels. As at end of September this year, we're sitting at around 8 billion. And by end of the financial year, we'll be sitting at 6.7 billion after repaying the next installment. The next slide talks to the key ratios, Chair. Our leverage ratio has improved significantly, and the main drivers here are its two components. We repaying the debt as well as the capitalization that we received from the shareholder. Our credit loss ratio closed at 3.6%, and as I said, we saw a few counters that defaulted, and that would have had an impact on the credit loss ratio. The NPL ratio, the CEO did speak to it, but this is a factor of two components, Chair. The overall loan book, I did speak to the loan book decreasing just a few minutes ago, and increased defaults. But what we're seeing here is that the loan book reduction has had a massive impact on the NPL ratio. Chair, we are seeing it turn around. As at end of September, we're sitting at around 52%. So we're seeing the NPL remediation strategy starting to pay off in that regard. The cost to income ratio closed the year at 39.2%, Chair. That's, of course, a bit of an anomaly. And the main driver was the interest that I spoke about on the funds that were sitting in escrow. If you exclude the interest, we closed the year at about 64% in terms of the cost to income ratio. And then the net debt to net loan book sitting at 22%. You see it's a massive improvement through the years. And this is, again, as we repay the debt and start to work on improving the loan book. ECL coverage ratio closed the year at 24.7%, a slight deterioration compared to prior year. And that is because of the write-offs that we had to make, Chair. Last slide is around the audit outcome. The reason we included this slide, Chair, I think it's to show the committee, and I know we've been to this committee on several occasions, but Land Bank has come from a very challenging period, and we continue to improve, to work to improve the audit outcome. So you'll see 2020 we had a disclaimer with findings, and we had to work to move to a qualified with findings in 2021. 2022, we achieved an unqualified audit, a clean audit, Chair, which I think it shows that the bank can do it. We had some challenges in 2023 that resulted in the group earning an unqualified audit with findings, same with 2024, and then same with 2025. And I think 2025, we turned around the Land Bank Insurance Company, one of the two companies in the Land Bank insurance stable. But we still ended up with an unqualified audit with findings, Chair. We are continuing to implement the audit remediation that we are hoping will take us to a clean audit outcome for FY 2026. Chair, I will pause here. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, we will then end our presentation here. Honorable Chair, we have included quite a lot of other details for the committee members, and we will then pause there and we'll take questions. The rest will take it as read. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thanks for the presentation, Dr. Beck.
Thank you, Chair. My questions are all directed at the PIC.
What's the problem that we have echo? Alan Woodley. Which mic should be switched off?
We already turned it off, Chairperson. It was Kensani's microphone.
Okay, thanks. Proceed, Dr. Beck.
Chair, the first set of questions relate to one Vuyani Haku. This gentleman is a former Chief Operations Officer of the PIC, also a former head of unlisted properties. He was suspended in 2022 after allegations linking him to overpaying for property deals and taking bribes. Now, in the PIC's annual financial statements, on page 72, we read that Mr. Haku was given a 10.8 million rand golden handshake. So why did the PIC agree to pay this money instead of firing Mr. Haku? Did the board approve this decision? Does the PIC have a forensic report in its possession stating that it should report Mr. Haku in terms of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act? And if yes, did the PIC do so? Chair, the second set of questions is relating to Auditor General reports, and I want to know there, did the PIC get approval from the GEPF in line with its investment mandate? And who is the deal? Should we call it? Explain what is your understanding of what the Auditor General had to say about that investment. Then I'd like to understand from Mr. Patrick Dlamini.
Chair, I'm sorry. Sorry, Dr. Beck, I missed the investment that you're referring to. Will you just mention it, please? Through you, Chair. I'm sorry.
Okay. If you want to call it an investment, DM Masondo, I'll call it a scam, but it's an able capital. Did you get it this time, DM? Through you, Chair?
Yes, I got it, Dr. Beck. I did. Thank you.
Thank you. On to Mr. Dlamini. You're a director at Lanceria Holdings and you've been so since 2015. I'd like to understand, are you still a director? Could you help me understand who nominated you as a director? And do you have any kind of beneficial ownership of Lanceria Holdings? Likewise, I'd like to understand, notwithstanding the DM's indication that he would prefer us not speaking about Acapulco, I'd like to understand, are there any directors at Acapulco, former CEO of the PIC, one Dan Machila? Then on a logistical point, Chairperson, my colleague, Honourable Wendy Alexander, submitted a parliamentary question earlier this year asking, and I quote, what are the current market valuations of all unlisted investments in the portfolio of the PIC as at the most recent valuation date, including one, the valuation methodology applied, 2, the independent valuation confirmation status, and 3, the date of the last valuation update. The response received was that it would be in the annual report and financial statements. And I don't have any comprehensive breakdown as requested. So can you now, Deputy Minister, confirm verbally that you will, by the close of business on Tuesday next week, send us these details? Also, that you will send this committee a list of all of your unlisted property investments, including the date purchased, the person or entity purchased from, and the price paid, especially given the serious concerns we're seeing regarding this space. And then on to the Honourable Dr. Masondo, who's the Deputy Minister and of course the Chairperson of the PIC. I fear there seems to be some dissonance. There seems to be some dissonance in your answers to the Acapulco transaction. You say the PIC did everything it possibly could, that there was no wrongdoing from your side. In fact, to quote you verbatim, from where you're sitting, there's not an iota of corruption. Then we heard and we read that Kabelo Rekotso was involved in the arbitration for Acapulco, perhaps heavily involved. That he gave torpedo testimony, even though he is not a valuations expert. Even though there's a cloud hanging over him, and even though it seems that he was suspended for bungling the IO settlement. So, Deputy Minister, to help you to not mislead Parliament, how can you say today on 7 November 2025, with all of the information now at your disposal, that you and your PIC did everything possible to win the game, when it's become clear that you did the equivalent of deploying an injured rugby player in the wrong position? Deputy Minister, 4 months ago, you told the Standing Committee on Public Accounts that the board had approved lifestyle audits following the recommendations and the process was being implemented. Can you confirm have these lifestyle audits now been done on senior management and executives? Deputy Minister, you've been the PIC chair since 2021, which is almost 5 years. And under your watch, we've seen the former COO suspended for allegedly taking bribes, later given a 10.8 million rand golden handshake. Under your watch, we've seen Thabisho Moshikara rise up through the ranks, becoming an acting head of unlisted investments, this despite his involvement at Daybreak. Now he too is suspended because of dodgy dealings. And under your watch, you've not seen any evidence, and we've not seen any evidence of the party recommendations regarding your company secretary was being carried out or has been carried out. In fact, we've only received evidence to the contrary. And under your watch, the same company secretary again escaped dismissal after reports apparently linking her with looting at daybreak. And under your watch, we hear now about wrongdoing involving the CIO. We hear that the committee approves loans without checking in with the GEPF. So simple question, is it fair to say a lot has happened under your watch as chair, Deputy Minister? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Nkwango.
Chairperson, thank you very much. My purpose really in this meeting is to perhaps request that we allow the process, the investigative process that the Deputy Minister of Defense and the President of the UDM proposed in his letter both to President Ramaphosa as well as the chairperson of SCOPA regarding the various allegations of corruption and financial irregularities at PIC. I do accept and understand and acknowledge, in fact, respect in particular, that the Deputy Minister or the Ministry and the PIC is right and indeed duty to respond to allegations raised like they were doing in the presentation earlier, dealing with some issues that have to do with the allegations that have to do with Lanseria Airport and so on. But I appeal for patience. Let's wait for that process to unfold, and once the investigations have concluded, then we'll be more than happy to entertain whatever recommendations come out of that process. But the Deputy Minister of Defense does indeed stand by every allegation that he has made in his letter and is awaiting with bated breath the investigative process that will be put in place in order for him to provide more information about some of the allegations he made in the letter. That's the submission I wanted to make, Chair. Thank you.
Before you sign off, Honorable Nkwankwa, I just want to understand. So you are saying that we should not discuss the issue that you have raised because the Deputy Minister has taken the matter up with the President. Unfortunately, we don't have any formal communique before us. I saw something on the business report. What is it that you are concretely suggesting?
No, I'm saying the Deputy Minister did, for an example of finance, did respond directly to some of the allegations contained in the General's letter specifically. I'm saying I acknowledge and respect that they would do that. They are within their rights to do so. But I'm appealing to the committee to say, since the General has written formally to President Ramaphosa, and I think he CC'd the SCOPA chair, I did not know that you're not privy to that correspondence or do not have a copy. That would probably, with respect to those particular allegations, wait for that process to unfold. And once it's concluded, then we would be at liberty to engage with it. Because, for an example, if PIC is going to respond to the correspondence which was addressed to the General, then a platform has to be created, for an example, to ensure that he's able to table his side of the story so that there can be a dialogue and an investigative process. But it would not be fair to refer to that correspondence when he's not here to defend the allegations themselves, and when the investigative process recommended has not, that request rather has not been responded to.
Chair, on a point of order.
Point of order, Honorable Makwe.
Chair, I think it's very much incorrect for the Honorable Nkwankwa here to want us as a committee not to engage and wait for some deputy minister to come and respond. I really just think this approach is not what we should sustain in this committee. and I want to rule him out of order. We want to engage with the presentation, but he cannot say that based on the fact that there are allegations that are written to the president, hence we have to now invite the deputy minister who's leveled the allegations to come before the committee. It's just out of order. And can you rule on that?
Thank you. PIC account to the Standing Committee on Finance. And amongst other platforms that we use, an accounting tool is the annual report accompanied by the Auditor General's outcome. Before us is the annual report with the Auditor General's audit outcome. So we'll discuss anything that is contained in this report. If at the level of executive there's something that they're doing, fine. We respect the doctrine of the separation of powers. We will not interfere with what they're doing, but they also don't interfere with what we do here in Parliament, because the three branches are independent from each other. We don't have a letter that suggests that there's investigation. If there is investigation, let it be conducted. I think whosoever has to go and appear before the investigating team will do so. So let's proceed, honorables, and ask any question which is...
I'm happy with your ruling, Chair.
Yes. So I'm saying, let's...
No. Okay. Sorry to cut you short. I apologize.
Oh, you want to speak? Okay, speak.
Chair, no. Chair. You are making a ruling, Chair. Please make a ruling and then we move on. Honorable Kwangwa really can't come and tell us how we should do our work here. We're a Standing Committee of Finance. We're doing our job as members of Parliament. Please finish your ruling, Chair, and you take the hands. We are ready to ask questions. He doesn't have questions. He can't come here with a mandate to want to divert the committee. I mean, where does he get that mandate from? No, Chair, please, we respectfully request you to finish your ruling, and then our hands are ready to ask questions. Thank you.
Yes, I have not sold the hands in the platform, Honorable Mautra. As I was responding to Honorable Kwankwa, that this is the platform where all entities that account to Parliament through SCOF have to come and be answerable for what they've done the whole year. Here before us is the report of PIC. We are not going to suppress any matter that is in that report to be discussed by members of this committee who are members of the Parliament. If there are investigations somewhere, we will not get involved in those and we will respect the outcome. But for now, this committee is not involved in any investigation. So let me allow members of Parliament, members of SCOF, to raise any issue, whether by a form of question or comment. Let's do in that manner.
May I come in?
For the last...
I'm not a member of Parliament. I will not be intimidated by colleagues because they hold a different view. The point I was making, I wasn't telling members of Parliament what to engage the PIC on or what not to engage the PIC on. I was specifically responding to a comment made by the Deputy Minister of Finance, who referred to correspondence that was sent by General, who's the Deputy Minister of Defense, to their political principal, the President. And in his submission, he tells that he doesn't agree for these...
Chairperson, procedurally, Honorable Kwankwa is just out of order. You've made a ruling, we want to engage, we want to explain...
No, but I'm explaining because you've missed my point.
No, but a ruling has been made. The chairperson has ruled that we're going to engage.
The ruling did not understand. The chairperson understands what I'm saying. You don't. And I'm not going to be told by you as well what to do here.
But
I'm a member of Parliament like you. I'm not
you can't want to explain things.
I'm not prescribing to members of
dictate to us on how to engage our own,
unless I don't understand English. I'm not dictating.
All committees of parliament I can
But the
go to. Any
chairperson has
committee
made
of
the
parliament.
ruling.
There's no one who belongs to a particular committee here. You're talking nonsense.
Honorable Nkwankwa.
Chill.
Continue with the meeting.
Honorable Nkwankwa. Hello.
Yes, Chair.
We never suppressed you for coming here.
No, I'm saying I'm not suppressing anyone. I was merely expressing that view. But if I am going to while I'm speaking on the platform, people interject me, what must I do?
Honorable
Nkwankwa, you are grossly out of order.
Honorable Nkwankwa, we have a high regard for you as our colleague. And I allow you to speak. I never disrupted you. You made your point. And we are saying this is the direction to take. We note what you said, but will not suppress members, neither the deputy minister. Remember, the deputy minister is a member of parliament. Before he's a deputy minister, he's a member of parliament. So he's entitled to speak as a member of parliament. Nothing stops him from doing that. So let's not degrade him to be like he's an official. So I will allow members here in this committee to raise any issue regarding PIC. There's no matter which is sub judice that is before the court now. So, honorable members, let's proceed with our meeting, including Honorable Nkwankwa. If you still have other issues, you are welcome. You will come back on the second round. Honorable Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Chair, thank you for your ruling in emphasizing the legislative responsibility of this committee. I have listed a number of questions, and let me start with the PIC. Maybe before, Chair, I go to my questions with the PIC. Based on the presentation the PIC has made, may I make a proposal, Chair, that this committee pay a focused visit, oversight visit to the PIC so that we can have a concentrated effort in overseeing what the PIC has presented to us. So I'm proposing that the team chair, if you allow, and the members are comfortable, prepares an oversight visit for this scene. And Chair, in the previous meeting with the standing committee, the CEO of the PIC argued that there is a low level of demand for finance by SMEs. Can the PIC Chair provide the committee with the empirical data? Low level of demand for finance. And furthermore, Chair, can the PIC then highlight the factors resulting in the low demand and the measures required to improve the situation? Again, on PIC Chair, we note that the interest rate of return of the 2022 unlisted PPMs is currently at 16.3%, showing a significant improvement versus the PPMs. The reality of the fact, Chair, is that the allocation for unlisted investments, currently totaling 4%, is not sufficient to stimulate the growth and development of small and medium enterprises to significantly accumulate a significant market share in the economy, which contributes to deconcentrating the economy and increasing competition. So what developmental ecosystem is necessary to boost demand for financing SMEs and large unlisted players? Again, what parameters or asset allocation share can non-listed assets be increased while protecting the rate of return, while contributing to the transformation of the country's economy? And lastly on this, what is the share of distressed assets, and do they outweigh performing assets? There were, my last question to PIC is, what is the total value of investment that experienced non-compliance with investment policies and legislation, and which sectors composed the transaction. Chair, I had also listed some question on land bank. We appreciate the presentation, and I would like to know what are the reasons for the rejection of the capital requested in strategic priority 3 funding model, and which alternatives for funding with National Treasury are being considered and possible state guarantees. Chair, again on land bank, what measures are being implemented to reduce the risk of non-performing loans without restricting the accessibility of funding for small holding farmers and emerging commercial farmers? I think this has been our concern. Even in the last presentation by Land Bank, we were more concerned about the funding for small farmers, as well as the criteria, therefore, used to fund small farmers. And the last one on Land Bank, what is the effect of the low performance of life policies at 18% in relation to de-risking the Land Bank credit allocations? Chair, on ASB, the Accounting Standard Boards, beyond outputs, what outcome indicators show that standards of GRAP are improving financial statement quality, like the audit outcomes, restatement trends, consistency across spheres? And my last one on ASB, how will ASB sequence work on service performance reporting, like non-financial performance metrics to complete GRAP, ensuring auditable linkages between budgets, outputs, outcomes, and costs? Let me end there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Mazibuko. Honorable Beasley.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to my colleagues and to support staff and all others and the presenters. So Chair, mine is just, and I wouldn't call it a warning, but we just need to be very aware of this as a Standing Committee on Finance, the Deputy Minister, and the new board as a PRC of state capture. PRC's got over 3 trillion in assets under management, and those who have got bad thinking, those involved in state capture would love to get their hands on it. And I think as a committee, as Parliament, as those overseeing the PRC, we need to make sure that this does not happen. And the thing with corruption, it happens slowly, 1 degree at a time, and before you know it, the whole organization is corrupt. So just urging us as a committee, as Parliament, those in charge, that we have our eyes wide open when it comes to the PRC, because we cannot allow this to happen in the PRC. We cannot allow it to happen to people's pensions. And then just a concern I have is that if any organization, the PRC should have an unqualified audit report with no findings. And my sense is that perhaps we set the bar too low. And I just want some type of commitment from the board, from the Deputy Minister, when we can expect that. Because if there is any entity, it should be the PRC that has unqualified audit report with no findings. And then just in terms of the unlisted investments, if we can just get a feedback, what is the value 24-25 of the unlisted investments? What has been the impairments recorded up to date in the 24-25 investment financials? So what is the percentage of impairments? What is the reason for these impairments, and what is being done to prevent these impairments happening again? And again, I highlight that corruption finds a way to get into an organization, so we really need our eyes wide open to those. So if they can just answer those questions. And then just to the land bank, as a rational, constructive opposition party, we do want to highlight that you guys have moved from disclaimed adverse audit reports to unqualified with findings. It is progress. So I think we need to compliment those involved, and we look forward to future years having unqualified audit reports with no findings. I thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honourable Beasley. Honourable Bateman.
Thanks very much, Honourable Chair, and greetings to my colleagues, and thank you also to the Deputy Minister and to all those who've been presenting. And my questions do relate to the PIC as well, and want to welcome the new CEO and welcome the commitment to transparency. A new broom sweeps clean, and trust that will be the case in this situation. In terms of the recent suspension of the CIO and the AO investment, can you provide us with more information around the circumstances surrounding the suspension of the CIO, what the reasons were for accepting the write-down of the AO investment, and if there's any evidence that the CIO was subject to political influence or to financial inducement to act outside of his mandate? On the Lanseria Airport investment, what controls does the PIC have around valuations? Do you insist on independent third-party valuers, and what steps are taken to ensure that they are in fact independent? I have a question, how it is possible that the PIC paid out 400 million, and yet the Deputy Minister said now that there's a dispute around the valuation. So the question there is, who approved the payment, and was the payment properly authorized? It just seems to me to be probably grossly negligent to make a payment of that size when you don't have a clear agreement around what the position will be after the payment has been made. And also, what steps are being taken to avoid high-risk investments in the future? I think I need to just say emphatically, it's not appropriate to gamble with the savings of government employees and pensioners. On Daybreak Foods, again, I welcome the commitment to transparency. I would like to request, please, that the 4 forensic reports referred to by the Minister of Finance in Parliament around Daybreak Foods are made available to this committee. There was a similar commitment made, if I understand correctly, to the scoper, but that commitment wasn't honoured. And I would like to, but I remember at the time the Deputy Minister saying that there was nothing to hide. So I would like to request that those 4 forensic reports around Daybreak are made available to this committee within 1 week of today. And can the PIC also please advise the committee of the law enforcement agencies to which each matter was referred and the case numbers of in relation to each of those referrals? And then again, I welcome the CEO's commitment to transparency. In the interest of transparency, can you please disclose what was done with regard to each one of the enforcement recommendations of the Imparti Commission? We still don't have a complete, clear picture of that. So if this new broom is going to sweep clean, then please show us what was done with each one of those recommendations, which law enforcement agency it was referred to, the case numbers, if it was not referred, what the reasons were why it was not referred. As you know, this is a subject of an application under the Public Access to Information Act, and you will, if you have not read it already, see an email from me received yesterday in this regard to the new CEO, Mr. Dlamini. And then finally, one of the critical needs that came out of the Imparti Commission was the need to reform the PIC in terms of some of the governance. And the Minister of Finance referred to changes that are going to be made to the PIC Act. My question for the Deputy Minister Masondo is, what is the status of the reforms of the PIC Act as announced by the Minister, and specifically the reforms affecting the appointment of a truly independent non-executive chair, and also the reforms affecting how the non-executive directors are selected and appointed. And will those reforms also include ensuring that there are detailed disclosures in relation to every unlisted investment and including all of the beneficial owners as recommended by Mpati? And I'd like to also know who is responsible for making these amendments to the PIC Act. Do they fall under the purview of the Deputy Minister himself? In which case, does that not also create a conflict of interest, since he is also the chair and has been the chair since 2021 of the PIC? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honourable Bateman. Honourable Squadron.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me join my colleagues in welcoming all the presentations that have been made, and as well welcome the new members in terms of various entities, particularly the PIC, and hope and the Land Bank, and hope that they are coming into these entities will be able to raise the bar, but also be able to make sure that we are able to win as a nation. Chair, the first one will be, first questions will go to the PIC, Chair. And the first one, in terms of most of my colleagues has already raised, is in terms of some of the unwanted actions or decisions that are actually undermining such institutions such as the PIC. And I would like to understand as to what measures is PIC taking to deal with the issues of reputational impression in terms of motivating unlisted investments due to cases of corruption and mismanagement, which can also affect the listed companies, as we've seen in the case of Steinhef and Hellet Sugar. So I just wanted to understand, because, Chair, it's a PIC, it's a critical entity, but also a very important one in the lives of South Africans. So we cannot allow any, level of mistakes or mishaps that will take place in that entity, as it actually holds many lives in its hands. So I'm just interested in understanding. I've heard what the Deputy Minister Masondo has said in terms of the quality, but also in terms of the high level of standard in terms of qualifications. And I hope that will also translate into the running of the entity, but also the decision-making level within the entity. The second one, Chair, is to PIC again, as to what is the total value of investment that experienced non-compliance with investment policies and legislation, and which sectors compose these transactions. The last would be to Land Bank, Chair. Firstly, is in terms of the viability of Land Bank, because Chair, Land Bank has been into trouble, and the government or National Treasury had to come into the picture to make sure that it is able to survive and continue to carry out its mandate. However, Chair, I'm not yet sure as to whether Land Bank is able to say that it is out of the woods, particularly because we are still running at the level of the transaction that has been made by National Treasury, as to whether if National Treasury was not continuously going to be funding it, would it be at the level of operation to be able to service the farmers and so on and so on. And what other measures is Land Bank taking with other stakeholders to embedded farming practices of smallholders and emerging black farmers to be guided by standardization to enable access to export markets? And Chair, on the ground is not what we hear from Land Bank. I wish the department, portfolio of agriculture was here to be able to, explain some of the experiences that these emerging farmers or smallholder farmers are actually experiencing, particularly in terms of funding, and even those that would want to go into commercial farming, who do not necessarily need funding, would on their own be able to stand up and be able to do, farming at a commercial level, as long as they are able to have access to the funding and so on. And I'm saying that perhaps Land Bank need to do more, but also be able to interact closely with the Department of Agriculture and be able to go and see exactly the operations that they are talking about in terms of funding. Because some of the impairments that we're talking about is because some of the funding, where the funding is actually going, you'll find that there is actually no capacity in terms of some of these, beneficiaries in terms of farming, and therefore it becomes a problem for them to be able to sustain. As long as the funding gets dry, those people are not able to do anything on their own because they entirely rely on the funding, particularly because it's blended. So I think we need to really balance between those that are into farming and are going into commercial with those that have got, the inspiration to do farming, but are not necessarily into farming, because the impairment will continue to grow as long as we are funding inspirational farmers and not real farmers who would want to make sure that they are growing the food security, but also are able to contribute towards the GDP of the country. The last one, Chair, is to the ASB in terms of their capacity in research, because it has actually shown that they are not necessarily optimally performing, which raises concern about its ability to undertake cutting-edge research to enhance the accounting standards to respond to emerging complex systems. And I would want to understand as to what is the plan of the entity to develop capabilities and increase collaborations. As well, the entity is looking forward to requesting additional funding to carry out its mandate. And I would want to understand in terms of the target, particularly in terms of its capacity to function, but also to be able to carry out research. What are the skills that they are looking at, and what productivity throughput gains are they projecting, so that they are able to continuously live up to the standard? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Scotty. Honorable Mautre.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon once again to everybody who's logged in. Chair, I've got a few questions for PIC and then the Land Bank. Some of my questions might have been captured, but we'll say them nonetheless for the record. Chair, what is hot on the table right now is the suspension of the Chief Investment Officer that has been recently placed on suspension, but the matter has not been properly disclosed to Parliament. So any presentation that has not set out the full facts surrounding the suspension of the CIO will make a mockery of the accountability that we are trying to do here, Chair. So let's be clear. Let's get proper understanding of why was the CIO placed on suspension, what are the exact allegations of process issues, and what is the expected timeline for finalization of this matter. Does this development not suggest that the governance reforms after the Empathy Commission were either superficial or not implemented in full, especially on investment deal screening and consequence management, particularly for executives. How is investment decision-making currently being exercised while the CIO is suspended, and which committee of the board is now clearing transactions above the usual threshold? Chair, we must not end up with investment decision-making being centralized informally between the CEO and the board chair. So to what extent do the current material irregularities on Daybreak and Enable Capital show that the weaknesses but deflect on pre-investment due diligence and post-investment monitoring are still with us? Chair, Parliament said in 2017 that state financial institutions, including the PIC, carry a greater responsibility to drive transformation in asset management, to open space for Black-owned, Black-controlled firms, and to change procurement in the savings and investment value chain. That was not a suggestion at all. It was a resolution of Parliament back in 2017. Since those hearings and the 2017 report, what has the PIC done that is new and tangible that was not already been done before 2018 to give effect to those parliamentary recommendations? We need concrete examples, Chair, not policy intentions. 2017 is a long time ago, so we can't still be having policy intentions of what we intend to do. How many Black-owned and controlled asset management firms currently have PIC mandates? What is the total rand value of assets placed with them? And how has that grown year on year for the past 5 years? Are there still asset classes inside the PIC, for an example, parts of unlisted property or Africa mandates that are effectively closed to Black managers, despite Parliament saying transformation must run across the whole value chain? Chair, the PIC is now sitting on just over 3 trillion rands in assets, with 88% of that from the GEPF, but growth in revenue is only sitting at 4%, which tells us that client is getting scale while the PIC has to do more with less. So if you are serious about transformation, this is precisely where scale procurement can be used to move Black firms up. What proportion of the 18 billion unlisted investment approved or committed from the GPF mandate went to Black-controlled vehicles of funds? And is this proportion in line with Parliament's 2017 transformation intent? Of the PIC's own IT, advisory and property-related procurement, what percentage in the 2024-25 went to Black firms, especially women-owned, given that Parliament found in 2017 that state financial institutions must lead on supplier development? Chair, we're seeing a serious risk in the financial system. Employers, including municipalities, deduct pension and risk contributions from workers and do not pay them over to administrators. That is, workers' deferred wages. If this becomes systemic, it will undermine confidence in the entire retirement fund system. So what is the PIC's assessment of this risk to the stability of retirement savings? And has the PIC raised it with National Treasury and the FSCA? Would it not be appropriate to consolidate all municipal pension assets into a single, properly regulated vehicle, either under the PIC or under a dedicated municipal investment corporation, to stop leakages, standardize governance, and improve bargaining power in the market? So from the PIC's vantage point, are there municipalities or funds that are repeat defaulters, and how should Parliament then intervene in this regard? Chair, we're currently having too many small public sector and municipal retirement vehicles, all paying fees, all too small to negotiate, all exposed to governance failures. That fragmentation itself is a risk on its own. Has the PIC considered proposing to government a structured public sector asset management framework where PIC manages or co-manages these scattered funds to reduce fees, improve governance, and improve transformation outcomes? Chair, the PIC's property book is still largely in malls and offices in already affluent or de-risked areas. Meanwhile, CBDs in many towns and cities are collapsing. If the PIC is a public asset manager, the property strategy must start reflecting that. Has the PIC developed a CBD reinvestment and regeneration strategy to acquire or refurbish abandoned and dilapidated buildings in city centers, like the model that is being used in Cape Town? What percentage of the unlisted property approvals over the last 3 years went to townships, inner city or secondary town projects versus high-end or premium-grade properties? Will the PIC support a directive from the shareholder to ring-fence part of the property pipeline, say between 10 to 15% for inner city redevelopment? Chair, on the audit findings, PIC again has an unqualified audit with material findings. Cannot be that year after year we get the same message. Good financials, but problems in investment process compliance, procurement and day-to-day execution. That is where corruption and favoritism usually hides. So why are there still breaches of Section 10, subsection 1 of the PIC Act on investment process compliance after all the post-party undertakings? On Daybreak and Enable Capital, did the board approve disbursements that was not aligned with the investment policy? And if yes, what consequence management has followed for the transaction team and approving executive? Lastly, Chair, with regards to PIC, after Steinhoff, the Reserve Bank, FSCA, and even foreign jurisdictions moved to recover and penalize. But Parliament almost never hears what the PIC managed to recover. Yet the PIC is the single biggest institutional investor. So what recoveries, if any, did the PIC secure in the aftermath of Steinhoff and other major corporate failures? And what internal lessons were translated into tighter mandates or sectoral exposure limits? Does the current suspension of the CIO have anything to do with legacy or distressed assets that AGSA has now identified as material irregularities? Chair, just a few questions on the Land Bank. The Land Bank describes itself, Chair, as a specialist development finance institution that balances developmental outcomes and financial stability. Yet its reporting line to National Treasury, rather than the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, continues to create policy and operational fragmentation. So what practical coordination mechanisms exist between the bank, Treasury, and the Agriculture Ministry to ensure that funding priorities, farmer support, and sector transformation are all integrated? Would the bank support a realignment of its shareholder ministry to the department responsible for agrarian economy, given that most of its clients operate within agriculture, not financial policy frameworks? So how does Treasury's oversight, which prioritizes fiscal prudence, affect the bank's risk appetite for lending to small-scale and historically disadvantaged farmers? Chair, the presentation that we saw earlier on shows that 3.44 billion rands worth of blended finance transactions have been approved since inception, with 2.5 billion already disbursed to 423 clients. However, the gross loan book has declined by 12% year on year, and non-performing loans still stand at 8.4 billion rands. So can the bank demonstrate the demographic and geographic distribution of beneficiaries under the blended finance scheme, particularly the proportion of Black women and youth-owned enterprises? What has been the measurable impact of these schemes on land ownership patterns and market access for smaller farmers beyond just success stories? Given that the bank itself acknowledges the limited bargaining power due to lack of scale among developing farmers, how is blended finance scheme structured to address the structural market disadvantage rather than reproduce dependency on large commercial off-takers? Chair, with regards to the institutional focus, how does the bank reconcile this focus with its statutory mandate to promote inclusion of historically disadvantaged persons in agricultural land ownership and use? Has the bank undertaken an internal audit or review of how much of its total loan book benefits historically advantaged versus historically disadvantaged clients? And will it publish those ratios going forward? Why has transformation funding not been ring-fenced in the medium-term expenditure framework submissions that the bank has made to the National Treasury? Lastly, Chair, the Minister of Finance appoints the chairperson and board of Land Bank, despite the bank's operational centrality to the agricultural sector. Does this arrangement not undermine both the independence of the board and Parliament's capacity to exercise meaningful oversight over the bank's transformation performance? Would the bank support a legislative amendment requiring that the board appointments be confirmed jointly by Parliament and the agriculture portfolio, rather than only the Ministry of Treasury, to ensure policy coherence and democratic accountability? How has this governance model influenced the bank's strategic priorities, particularly its orientation towards debt restructuring and liability management, rather than the direct developmental lending? I'll pause there for now. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thanks, Honorable Makoe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, Dr. Maswanganyi, and my fellow colleagues, honorable members, and the leadership of the various entities that we have before the committee. First and foremost, Chair, I want to support Honorable Galega in her recommendation that we should set aside time and space to have an oversight that would be dedicated to the PIC, so that we begin to start working on or understanding some of the issues that are raised, and in a view to assist the entity. Chair, my first question is on risk, stability and sustainability. On the topical issue that is purported to be there, that talks to issues of corruption, what does PIC have as measures in place to prevent politicians or the politicization, conflict of interest, undue influence in strategic investment decisions? What are the systems that are there in place? And then on the issue of the global market volatility, how is the PIC balancing long-term national objectives with prudent investment, risk management, especially in the era that we are currently, which has a lot of market volatility? The next question, Chair, is on governance and stakeholder participation in the PIC. How is the PIC ensuring that there is a substantial consultation and transparency with trade unions and the public sector workers whose savings are being invested amid such reports that are there that are just negative? And then also, what are the policy mechanisms to incorporate perhaps maybe more participation of the stakeholders who I just had mentioned, which are the ones that these funds that are at PIC are for? And then on PIC, is PIC considering a chair, or if there is a system or a framework that is there, perhaps they can indicate, on establishing a ring-fence township development fund in partnership with Small Enterprise Finance Energy, which is SIFA, and the Industrial Corporation? Is there a framework or what are the systems that PIC is looking forth for future consideration of ring-fence funds that will be a fund that will bring these government entities, which is CIFA and IDC, to ensure that the investment of PIC is channeled towards township development, so that we begin to see the funds of PIC also working for small businesses, especially in our localities, Chair. And the last question which I have for PIC, generally, Chair, is just to, it's not a question, but it is a comment that seeks to say, amidst, listening to honorable members on this platform, and rightfully so, who mentioned the purported mismanagement of funds and the corrupt activities, perhaps it would be ideal for us to set aside a day for us to engage with the PIC, to be able to understand, because it's very much difficult to engage on a matter when we have different information sources coming into the committee. But perhaps to assist the process and to assist us as members of parliament to also assist PIC, perhaps setting aside time to be with PIC and not have any other entity would assist. And that's my submission for now, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makwele and honorable members. Let's invite the entities to respond to questions that were asked in regard to their areas. ASB.
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the questions. I'm going to answer them as best I can, and if there's any additional information that you need, please let me know. So I think the first question was really in relation to, I guess, audit outcomes, our role, how effective are we being? So I think what we have seen, firstly, let me explain that our mandate only extends to the financial statements. It doesn't extend to other parts of reporting. It doesn't extend to the budget. It doesn't extend to service performance reporting, etc. So I think the majority of our work is meant to be towards setting standards, but I think we have seen more and more that people agree with standards that have been put in place. What they really need is additional guidance on how to apply the standards. And users have asked for guidance on how to better engage with the information in the financial statements. So our work at the moment is balanced between setting standards and trying to address those needs. So those needs are typically not fulfilled by a standard setter. The standard setter is meant to remain objective. But that being said, I don't think it's feasible for us to just issue standards and sort of hope and pray that they will be understood and applied correctly if there really is a need. So we do work closely with the National Treasury, specifically the Office of the Accountant General, to understand what the needs are and what we can do to better support them. Hence our SLA with them last year, to really see how we can improve audit outcomes, how we can improve the use of the financial statements. So I think we are trying to do as much as we can. We started this in the year that you are reviewing at the moment, and we will expand some of our activities going forward into the new financial year, particularly focusing on users of the financial statements. The last year we focused a bit on preparers. I think we are seeing some improvement. I think we have heard, at least from the auditors and the preparers that we deal with, that some of what we have put out is helping. doing. But of course, it will take some time to have, I guess, real effect. And we need to really raise awareness about what we do and where to find all of the guidance, which we are continuing to do. In terms of, I guess, trying to understand, sort of leakage in the system and linking the budget with the financial statements and the service performance information that gets presented. As I said, we only have a mandate at the moment to deal with reporting in the financial statements. Everything outside of that either sits with the Treasury or the DPME. That being said, though, we have been really, I guess, trying to get the message out that entities really need to tell the story from the outset, from their strategic plan, their annual plan, to their budget, to what their actual outturn is, budget execution, to what they are actually doing with the money. So something like integrated reporting is something that we are looking at, but again, not something we have a clear mandate for. But I think it's something that, again, will make the financial statements more useful, because it will then become more than just a compliance exercise. It will be, you'll prepare the financial statements, but you'll have a clear idea in your mind about what you got, what you did, and really what your actual output and impact was as an entity. So again, we'll have a look at that in the future, but our very specific mandate is just financial statements. But again, trying to make the financial statements more useful, I think that's the kind of trajectory that we need, and we'll continue engaging with the Office of the Accountant General on that. There are potential changes that will be made to the PFMA to expand our mandates. So I think that will also help to give us very specific, I guess, powers, I want to say is probably the wrong word, but to go a little bit wider than the financial statements and to make sure that a coherent picture is being presented and one that adds value. The third question on our capacity. So I think just to say that we have 7 people. So we are a very small organization. 4 of those people really work full-time on the technical side of our work, setting standards. Everybody is involved in communication and those kinds of things, social media, trying to get the message out. I guess 4 very highly skilled people, chartered accountants or equivalent, professionals at that level. So it's kind of NQF level 7 and 8, with a lot of experience. So using newly qualified people hasn't really worked for us in the past. So we do need people with some level of seniority that are able to sort of analyze information, to research, to write, to communicate. It's really an individual with a very unique set of skills that we need, and of course are highly technical and very well trained from a financial perspective. So with that being said, we do need 1 additional person. I think that would really help us, because at the moment we are really spread quite thinly across setting standards and trying to do all the other things that we want to do to try and support the adoption and application of the standards. So we've asked for funding for 1 additional person. I think that will really help us. In the meantime, though, we do have a group of academics that we are leveraging to try and help us with doing some research in specific areas. We actually have a project going on at the moment between ourselves and UNISA, and it's a collaboration with the standard setter in Turkey to really understand lessons learned in applying accrual accounting that's based on international standards. And really, I guess this will be lessons learned for when we move to the national and provincial departments, potentially moving on to our standards. But we're trying to look for opportunities to work with various institutions, academic institutions in South Africa. I think next year we will also try and target universities in terms of their curriculum and what they teach, just so that we have a better pipeline of students that could potentially support our activities going forward and that of government more broadly. The other thing that I just wanted to mention is that there are opportunities for us to leverage resources at the Office of the Accountant General from time to time, particularly if they have technical specialists that are assisting them from a certain grant sort of funding that they might have available. So this year, as an example, we are leveraging a resource to help us with some support material on assets. So we are constantly looking for opportunities as best we can use them within our environment. But yeah, I mean, we are really trying as much as we can to make sure that we are cutting edge from a standards perspective, that we're able to contribute internationally, and that we're able to at least lend some support to the adoption and application of the standards, so that we do see an improvement in audit outcomes. I hope that's answered all the questions, but happy to take any follow-ups if there are any. Thank you.
Thanks. PIC?
Thanks, Chair. No. Just thank you. Thanks, Chair. So, CEO, you want to go first, but perhaps. We can go ahead. Just a couple of issues, Chair. So on the first question asked on the of Vuyani, the former COO, may I ask that this should be part of the responses that we need to give in writing next week?
Order, Chair.
Sorry, Dr. Book.
Order, Chair. This promise was made by the Deputy Minister 4 months ago to give things to us in writing. It's simply not good enough anymore.
Dr. Beck, can you allow Dr. Masonda and his team to respond? You will come with a follow-up question, please. Let's follow the committee rules in terms of running the meeting.
Yeah, so, and I'm sorry that the members feel that we are not responding to the in writing, but this specific one, I would I would prefer that we do that in writing. And the allegations against the two officials, as I've pleaded, that please do allow us to deal with these issues, and then we'll report comprehensively on how we have dealt with it. And then with regard to the company secretary, to my knowledge, in 2019, the board dealt with this matter, which resulted to the company secretary being issued with the warning, written warning letter. And regarding Alco-Palco allegations, Dr. Book, what I meant was that subject to the outcomes of the processes that the president will undertake, from where I'm sitting, there is no evidence of corruption yet. And if there was any corruption signs that we would have seen, we would have acted ourselves as the PIC. So, and we'll participate in the process to investigate this matter. And if anything is uncovered, we will act accordingly. All I was saying was that as things stand now, we don't have evidence of corruption. Otherwise, ourselves as an organization, as a PIC, will have acted on this. And then the evaluation of the unlisted, I will ask the CEO and the team to deal with this. The Honorable Member Mazibuko, regarding the PIC's role in the supporting SMMEs, we do, but we do that through investing in companies that are specialized, that know how to finance SMMEs. And this is also to ensure that we don't have high volume transactions and low return, because if something goes wrong in that small transaction, this amount of time and effort that we've got to take to sort it out, it will be the same amount of time and effort that we'll have to deploy in dealing with the bigger transactions. And I think the annual report, and I think the CEO, acting CIO, will add on this issue on how we basically supporting SMMEs. And I fully agree with Honorable Besley that the PIC should have unqualified audit outcomes without findings. And I agree with him that we need to ensure that we put our guardrails up to ensure state capture does not occur at the PIC and I'll add in all institutions. And it's for this reason that we have done our best to put in place proper governance structures to ward off any form of state capture. With regard to the IO matter, I think the details regarding how the matter was settled, what we got, what we lost, I think I'll ask management to deal with this, and head of legal, Ms. Lindy Dlamini, guided by the CEO, was involved in the settlement of this issue. But our issue as the board, and there's two parts. The first part was when the matter was settled in the first instance, we were not content with the way in which the matter was settled by management, and for that reason, the warning letters were issued to the management that was involved in the settlement. The second part was, and I think the team can come in here to deal with the details on the nature of the second settlement, but to my understanding, it had to deal with the exit of the PIC from this investment. And again, the board, particularly the new board itself, expressed its discontent in the manner in which the matter was the process itself. Exiting, it made a lot of sense, but I think the process by which the whole second settlement was done was not properly from the new board point of view, and it's a matter that we are also dealing with. And I will also ask the management also to deal with the payment of Acapulco, but my understanding was we were simply complying with the legally agreed process to resolve this matter, which was arbitration. But I think legal will add in this regard. Now, with regard to the implementation of the party recommendation by the PIC, because remember, Chair, there were two parts insofar as the recommendation by party. The first was improving governance in the PIC itself. And from what we had to do ourselves as the PIC, we implemented everything, but the shareholder minister will still have to audit whether we've implemented all the recommendations of Mpati on things that are within the ambit of the PIC. And there were issues about the governance of the PIC, which included whether you have a deputy minister of finance or any other deputy minister of finance in the economic cluster to be appointed as the chairperson of the PIC. And I think the Act said the deputy minister of finance or any other deputy minister in the economic cluster should be the chairperson of the PIC. And if there's any amendment of the Act, it is Parliament that needs to do that. The shareholder minister, the finance minister's responsibility is to appoint the board. So in other words, and there were issues about us reporting the criminal or alleged criminal activities related to the PIC. And the PIC, we did what we had to do. I mean, on the governance, for instance, the separation of CEO, CIO, we have done that. And I think we are discussing on what other more reforms that we need to undertake in the investment space. Honorable Mauto also asks whether the suspension of the investment professional suggests, she's basically suggesting, or according to her observation, the suspension of the investment professional suggests that governance reforms are not working or they've not been fully implemented. My view is that, on the contrary, the suspension of the investment officials shows that governance and transparency is working, because this was triggered by the whistleblowing reports. And from a governance point of view, given the allegations that were made, and I must emphasize it's allegations, not yet tested as facts, they need to be investigated. And once, as I said, the PIC has finalized these allegations, we'll come back to this, including on enable capital. Actually, we have, because of the improvement insofar as governance is concerned, the enabled capital was first dictated by our own internal governance institutions within the PIC. It was picked up by the audit committee, and it was brought to our attention as a board through the former deputy chair of the board, Ms. Futim Toba. I remember when this matter was picked up, she really called for an early meeting, a meeting early in January for us to discuss this matter. So, because like I said, this investment was below the threshold, was within the ambit of the investment professionals. What the board does, we only receive investments that are above 2 billion, and this is again not for our decision, but for recommendation to the biggest giant, which is the GPF in this regard. So my view is that what we are saying, we should look at the measures that we're undertaking as positive, as an indication that we are implementing the recommendation of Mfumpati. What is unfortunate is when unfounded allegations around corruption are made against the PIC, because what that does, it basically lowers the confidence of investors, A, in co-investing with us, but B, the clients themselves not having confidence in the PIC, but 3, it becomes very difficult if the institution is constantly being under attack, investigation under investigation, to attract professionals, because those professionals that I've mentioned, the CFAs, the CAs, and other solid professionals who are very well trained in AI and so on and so on, it becomes very, very difficult for us to get them into the PIC, because, and I'm not saying we should not expect better. Every investment, everyone, the PIC, the board, the officials, they need to act ethically, because if we don't act ethically, we reduce the trust in the PIC. So the only unfortunate thing is when the allegations and there are there's no basis, there's no evidence to back them up, it becomes very untenable for the PIC, because we are not the only state-owned, we're not the only asset manager in the market. We're competing with other state asset managers. And in terms of our growth and diversification, as part and parcel of our strategy, is to grow the asset, to have new clients as well from outside the country, including in the country, so that we don't only rely on the existing clients. So when all these things are coming, and by saying this, we need to be held accountable, and the more we are transparent and answer the question, is the more confidence that we are going to generate. And I'm going to ask the colleagues to deal with our support for the Black asset managers. report does indicate the number. We've got, because we also have a responsibility to transform the asset management industry itself by allocating to Black asset managers in this regard. And I'm sure the acting CIO and the CEO will deal with this. And the issue about how we insulate investment from undue influence, not only from the politics, because we're not only dealing here with the political interference, political influence. There's undue influence come from different places, and I think the issue around the delegation of authority to relevant investment professionals and committees, and have the Chinese wall between listed and unlisted, and making sure that our assurance bodies, the legal works well, ethics office works, ESG works well. These are important. And I think the appointment and the appointment, the officials themselves need to understand that they have a responsibility to make sure that we are not there as a board every day. They've got to do what is right to make sure that we invest responsibly and make sure that the returns of our clients, and this is the money of the workers. It's not the money it is the money that belongs to workers, and we need to treat it with diligence and care. But let me allow the CEO and his team to answer more questions that I might have missed. Maybe the last point, Chair, it's on the daybreak. I think we need to appreciate that since the business rescue, they are positive insofar as the operational and the financial performance of Daybreak. It's the labor stability, no protests since July, IT, electricity, and other critical services are in place. And if you look at the financial performance, cash costs have been significantly reduced, and they continue to be actively managed. And there's 73 million net cash. That is net cash after paying the expenses. So even there, we're seeing good green shoots, compliance issues, which were raised by the NSPSA, have been resolved. Birds are being vaccinated. Further compliance is being strengthened. And our long-term plan, because remember, we became a 100% shareholder in Daybreak by default, because the sponsor, the sponsor that we provided loans to buy the shares in Daybreak, they defaulted, and as a result, we became 100% shareholders. The BRP is running a transparent process to make sure that our desires to have a strategic equity partner is realized, because given the complexity of Daybreak operation, this necessitates a strategic equity partner who knows how to operate the Daybreak chicken farming and so on and so on. So to this end, like I said, the BRP is running a public and open process which will lead to the introduction of a strategic equity partner. CEO and your team, can you take over, please?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members and honorable Chair. I mean, just lashing on the last point by the Chair of the board on the Daybreak, we really are quite excited at the possibilities and what we are seeing unfolding. But I think it's quite important through you, Honorable Chair, that we highlight to members that the 150 million that the PIC put in post BRP process was absolutely critical, as if that did not happen, we would not be talking about Daybreak today. And I would love to share with the committee members that as we speak, we are now at a reactivation phase, because the BRP plan was approved by the creditors, And now we are looking at putting online the Sundra Abattoir, and we have engaged with as the shareholders. We're trying to put in an extra 300 million to make sure that the reactivation happens. And in parallel to the reactivation process, we are also looking at the strategic equity partner. The BRP has gone to market. They are now actually reviewing the submissions. And we are looking forward to that decision probably being finalized around late Jan, early Feb, somewhere around there. But also on top of it, we know that with the breeding and the hatchery, where only 8 of the 18 houses are being used, we are seeing, as the chair said, about 25 million rand per month coming from that after paying for the feed for the breeding flock. We have actually now the replacement of the breeding flock, actually that is coming up already, just about to start laying as well. But what is happening is with the Sundra Abattoir coming back online, as we are working on that, we will also see almost close to 1,000 extra employees coming back to work, taking the total just under 1,500 employees that could be brought back to work without the Delmas Abattoir working. And so really what is key here will be going forward, we need to make sure that the operator is absolutely beyond reproach and is the super perfect person to make sure that Daybreak continues to operate. We're very confident that all the current loans that are now being pumped into it, they will be fully repaid in line with the BRP process and Companies Act. And really, it's quite good to see that even the NSPCA, the court order that is in place is being fully complied with, and they're cooperating. The BRP and the NSPCA are working hand in gloves to make sure that there's full compliance with the court order. And as well as, Honorable Chair, the fact that we are now looking at really securing the license, the water use license from the Department of Water and Sanitation, and also curing the wastewater discharge that was taking place and causing some environmental degradation. So we have put in experts to help out in that respect. But I'm quite positive, Chair, that as opposed to what we ordinarily tend to hear around businesses in business rescue, this Daybreak BRP process is going to pleasantly surprise many of us. We also got our clients also to be engaged in this regard. I must say that they were pleasantly surprised to see the possibility and the positive progress that was being made to really fully restoring the organization. But then I can then quickly jump onto the other points, the AG report and the enable capital and the approval of GPF. I think the chairman covered that. That really in this matter, this was a 200 million rand deal for the PIC, from the PIC's perspective. And I must actually highlight to the committees through your Honorable Chair that really, I think if we look at this, it was nothing further from a fraudulent activity, if I may use that term, because many of the other prominent asset managers in the country found themselves in the same position. But I think it was also good that PIC was able to stop the drawdown on the second 100 million, because they were able to then pick up that there was something untoward. And as a result, only the first 100 drawdown actually happened. But again, other big asset managers were in the same boat here, and we reported the matter to the law enforcement authorities, and we are being given feedback on the progress there too. And on my membership to or membership as a non-executive of LBSA. Yes, I was chair, through you, Honorable Chair. I was a member of LBSA as a non-executive, but I had no personal beneficiary to this thing. I was purely an independent non-executive, having been appointed by the shareholders and renewed at every AGM to that respect. But I've since resigned, as now I'm with the PIC. So I'm sure the process is still unfolding. Now, this deregistration processes can take somewhat longer, but it is in process and underway in that regard. But the year-end valuation methodology applied, I think we will provide, the CFO will provide more details in this respect in terms of the independent valuation that happens for the assets at the year-end. And the chair spoke about the Acapulco, and this matter of Acapulco, again, Chair, when the arbitration award happened and there was sheriff threatening to attach the bank accounts of GPF, that was something that happened, and we had to make sure that we make good of the award. And that happened. Yes, we were not happy with the outcome, we were not happy with the valuation, and hence we are taking the necessary course of action to try and correct that outcome. And it can only be done through the courts, and we will have to see then how the process unfolds. But, and again, we want to be completely and totally transparent in this regard to the SCOF members. And again, I must say that the members who are on suspension of the PIC, really it is due to the allegations that were being made against them, and some of the matters relied on the people that had placed or that had opened criminal cases against our members, and this process is unfolding, and we are still waiting for some of the evidence. And as regards to the CIO precautionary leave suspension, it was because of the 200-page whistleblower allegations that were made, and we are putting some of the allegations to the CIO to give us more clarity and to answer. And we are hoping that this matter will be finalized within the next, I would say 2 to 3 months at most. But we are trying to make sure that all the matters are properly crystallized, because we have to test the veracity of some of them and then get them to the CIO to confirm and to make sure that these matters are done. And unfortunately, I cannot reveal to the committee members as no, actually these matters have not been formally or made or confirmed as to their veracity, as we're still testing them, and I must say that the CIO is fully cooperating with us in this regard. But we will make sure that there is a proper update that happens. But I'm quite positive. We want to make sure that we do not allow any unnecessary delay in this respect, Honourable Chair and members. So it's very important. But I think the other matter, there was an issue of GPF mandate with regards to enabled capital. And as I said, enabled capital was about 200 million, which was well within the mandate of PIC to carry out. And if it were above 2 billion, we would have had to go back to GPF. And this one was within that 2 billion mandate, and hence there was no necessity to go to GPF. Yes, we engage with GPF as a client and all other clients on the progress of all these matters, and we are agreeing on the way forward and the improvements that we are putting in place to improve our governance processes and our investment processes to make sure that actually we do much better going forward. We take note of Honorable Nkwankwa's comments, Chair, and again, as regards to Honorable Utalega Mazibugo, we will definitely welcome the oversight visit by the SCOF members, as that will give us a chance to share more as well, and to also make you see some of the development actually that are taking place for the PIC, as well as around the property development that are taking place. And yes, I do admit that the South African economic scenario and situation as it is requires much more engagement, and it requires much more engagement with the government as well as the private sector as a whole, so that we can be able, all of us together, to put our shoulders to the wheel. Because an economy with so much high unemployment, an economy with so much inequality and poverty levels, and especially youth unemployment, it says we cannot take this as business as usual. We need to do the best together with your good selves, honorable members, and government, to make sure that we do the best that we can to create job opportunities in spite of the market conditions, because the sad thing is that the job market is continuously becoming a bloodbath. I think all the reason why we had to do the best we can as well to preserve and protect jobs at the daybreak as well, which were quite positive that actually we seem to be succeeding in that regard. And as regards also the on the property side, the SMEs and BEE, I said it earlier on that 32% of the 5.5 billion on the properties was for BEE companies with at least 51% shareholding. And yes, as part of the transformation requirements, we do insist that as we make these investments, especially around the unlisted as well as unlisted properties, we do insist on improvement in this regard. Yes, there is some improvement and progress, but it's not where we would love to see it but we will continue to keep on soldiering and pushing, honorable members. It is a responsibility for all of us in the country and those charged with these kinds of responsibilities. We need to do the best that we possibly can. And yes, indeed, through you, Honorable Chair, we also want to make sure that as we are now sitting at just over 3.5 trillion asset under management for the PIC, our clients' money is extremely sacrosanct, and we are continuously putting all the guardrails and safeguards and measures in place to make sure that our governance keeps on improving and our investment processes keeps on improving, because we do not take for granted the mandate that we have. We do not take for granted the expectations of our government as well as South Africans at large. This is the money that actually is quite critical for the ultimate beneficiaries, and we want to continue to treat as such. Hence, we really want to remain an open book and really remaining fully accountable for each and every cent that we've been entrusted with. It's extremely important, and really, I would love to make sure that if there are any other questions that actually we might not be able to fully answer today, we will be able to follow up before the end of next week in writing to the chair or the honorable chair of SCOF. And again, and we are fully committed to absolute transparency. I don't think it will be up for negotiations or debate. We are here as the servants of our clients, and we need to demonstrate that in our behaviors, and to demonstrate that in our decisions and in the manner that we take those decisions. And really on the LIA, the Lanseria and Acapulco, I must say that the Acapulco matter had very minimal to do or anything to do with Lanseria as such. They were being partners. PIC perfected its security at December 2023. PIC then embarked on the valuation of this asset to ascertain with regards to the 333 million plus interest that which came to about 630 million. And then to see where the true value is. It's unfortunate that actually the valuation turned out the way it did, as Lanseria, as we stand, is sitting at 54% of its pre-COVID performance. And this actually will translate to that 4 billion for the enterprise value of 20 times EBITDA multiples. I think if you ask me, it's completely unacceptable, and there is no way that actually you could be able to overprice an asset like that, because even in terms of the valuation that we have in our books, as year end, it was sitting for our 62%, it was sitting under 400 million, which actually says the total enterprise value should have been in the region of $1 billion. But how these guys went about this, and we are still, these matters are going to be ventilated as we're challenging them even further, and we are quite positive that we will prevail a change in this regard. And in terms of the, and again going forward, we are setting up a very proper governance to make sure that as we perfect our security and as we embark on valuations, that there is a very strong governance process that we put in place and internal control measures to make sure that there is a proper oversight to make sure that we can be able to intervene in good time in all these valuation decisions and conclusions. And again, Chair, and yes, in this regard, because there is Section 33 of the Domestic Arbitration Act, which actually stipulates certain things that we are also looking into. But in terms of the daybreak forensic reports, definitely through our chair, we will make available these reports. And yes, because of the POPIA, we also have to ask the forensic auditors to give us permission and to make sure that we can be able to share. But I think it is something that is important. We will make sure that through our chair, we are able actually to share these reports. But what I can assure you is that there is work that is being undertaken both by the Daybreak BRP as well as ourselves to make sure that where there was a PRECA matter or law enforcement implication, such matters are referred to the law enforcement agencies and that they are pursued as such. And we would leave no stone unturned insofar as this, because also what we also picked up was the level of over billing by the service providers to Daybreak. So we really, and also fraud by some of the officials within Daybreak. And these are matters that actually we really are pursuing with all the vigor that actually it deserves, because it is important, and we will fully account in terms of the process. And again, the chair touched on the imparted recommendations, and in terms of the amendments, I leave that to the chair. The chair has already touched on it, members. And again, I think it's quite important that we remain super vigilant. And again, if truth were to be told through you, Honorable Chair and honorable members, I think we really can be very proud of the track record of the PIC in managing the asset under management. And if we were to look at where we started and where we are today, it is no mean feat for the PIC, and these kinds of achievements are extremely important for the ultimate beneficiaries. And we are hell-bent on continuing on that path and even improving, as well as we are setting our strategy going forward. But again, we want to make sure that our environment does not tolerate any non-compliance, and we make sure that we continuously enhance our skill sets and our governance measures to make sure that we really do attain unqualified audit opinions without findings, and that is exactly what we are hell-bent on achieving. And we are working very hard to get to that. We're working very closely with also the AGSA in this regard. And really, as the state-owned enterprises, we want to work together with other sister DFIs and financial institutions to make sure that we can stand a better chance of shifting the economic needle in South Africa, because the state of our economy really requires that we do much more. We had a meeting about a week ago with the Minister of Finance and to look at how we can play a much more bigger role on the infrastructure. I shall leave that to the Minister of Finance and his team to share and to announce in terms of what he expects us to do and what he has committed us, what we've committed ourselves to do as well. And again, we have pensioners, we have UIF, we have compensation funds. These are various risk appetite clients, and we are able actually to make sure that we work in accordance with that, to make sure that we are not reckless with the pensioners' money, and that we are not reckless with the UIF no compensation fund, but that we are able to have the economic impact as expected by the various clients and as the mandate of our various clients also allows us, Chair. And indeed, there has to be more effort and more initiative being undertaken and backed upon to look at how we can be able to help with the rural and township economies in a responsible manner, and making sure that we are still in line and in full compliance with our client mandate as well as governance. And again, we work very closely with the FSCA in terms of the compliance, and we work closely with also compliance with the Reserve Bank, and it is our view that we need to keep on improving and make sure that we do much more in this regard. And again, some of the issues, the ring fencing of funds for township government, have touched on it, Chair, and mismanagement of fund within the PIC, scope separate engagement. We will welcome that, because really we would love to make sure that there is a sense of comfort on you as members of SCOF, and to make sure that you are comfortable in how we are looking after the funds that we've been trusted with by our clients, and how we are making sure that we also keep on enhancing our systems, and as well as our governance processes and investment processes, to make sure that you are comfortable, and that we are doing the best we can, and we are doing the responsible things as the PIC and as the board expects us and commits us to, Chair. On that note, Chair, I'm not sure if either the CIO or CFO want to add anything that I might have left. But I really take the opportunity, Chair, for us to engage with the SCOF and the questions as well that actually are being asked. We really want to make sure that we respond fully. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's take Land Bank. If there are follow-up questions from members, I'll take follow-up questions for the presentation.
Thank you very much. Oh, apologies, Honorable Chair. I thought you were saying Land Bank should come in. Apologies.
Hold to respond. Members will come after follow-up questions. Let's first.
No, Chair, there's a question that I did not answer. It was brought to my attention. And that's a question from Dr. Book. It's about the implementation of the lifestyle audit. The policy has been approved on the lifestyle audit, which covers senior management and high-risk areas such as investment, procurement. There is an implementation plan which management is working on. I must say, however, Chair, that where there are allegations that require lifestyle audits, we do conduct lifestyle audit, but the implementation of that policy, it is being worked out by management. Thank you. I thought I should answer this question.
Mr. Khoza.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think I will lead in answering most of the questions. I'm going to start, Honorable Chair. I think there were 3 honorable members that posed questions to the Land Bank. The first questions came from Honorable Mazibuko. I think on Honorable Mazibuko's question, Chair, I think she asked on the strategic priority number 3 in particular, where we indicated that we had made a request for a recapitalization and we received and we did not receive support. And the question is, what were the reasons given for the rejection? So, Chair, this was the request we made through the MTF process of the previous financial year. We have not been forwarded with specific reasons on the rejection, other than, of course, an indication that indeed there was no allocation, but the reasons for that were not actually advanced to the bank. The additional question from Honorable Mazibuko was on alternative funding methods. I think on this one, I need to continue to say that we continue to have engagement with the National Treasury team. There are various alternative funding methods that we are exploring. In fact, we had a meeting with them on Wednesday this week where we were discussing funding and various methods were discussed. I need to also indicate that the recapitalization is still also on the table, and it's one of those that we are busy working with them and resubmitting our request to them. Of course, it also will include the request for the guarantee that should enable us to go into the market. And some of the options is also seeing how we can combine a guarantee and a recapitalization. So there are alternatives that we are busy discussing. We continue to have support from the National Treasury team, and from all the indications that we have, there will be support going forward, but the processes are still ongoing. The next question from Honorable Mazibuko were on the measures that the bank is putting in to reduce the non-performing loans, and in particular, how do we ensure that the current non-performing loan status does not affect the SMEs that the bank needs to bring into agriculture? I think on the methods of reducing non-performing loans, there's quite a lot of methods that we are, or a lot of strategies that we are undertaking to address the non-performing loans. I need to say, Honorable Chair, that a lot of these non-performing loans are all legacy non-performing loans. They all came from the historical strategy that the bank had adopted, where some of the underlying activities of the bank were outsourced to the SLAs, and a lot of these non-performing loans came from the SLA books. We have seen a huge reductions on the non-performing loans from what was 12.5 billion to now under 8 billion. And this is the main focus of the bank. The methods we are deploying now, of course, we have identified those that can be restructured, and we have restructured quite a number of those, and we are continuing to restructure. We also approach organized agriculture and some of the farmer associations on some of their members that are on the non-performing loan list, and we are working very closely with organized agriculture and the farmer associations on those specific ones. Of course, there is quite a number that is on business rescue. So those that are on business rescue, of course, our ability to be quite innovative on the approach is restricted because of the business rescue processes, but we are starting to see some of those that are in business rescue starting to show some positive signs. This is the book, Honorable Chair, that we believe that in the next financial year, and even in this financial year in particular, we're going to see a huge reduction on NPL. Having said that this NPL came from the SLA book, we are not linking it to the SMEs. The other thing is we have tracked in the past couple of years the performance of the emerging farmers, smallholder farmers, and they actually are performing well. When you look at the new book, especially coming at the back of blended finance, the NPL is below 10%, and those that are actually not performing were affected mainly by the external factors such as the drought that we saw in the past 2 years and some of the heat waves that we saw. And we are actually busy restructuring those. So the new book, which predominantly is the SMEs, it's performing well. So as a result, we're not allowing the NPL to really affect our work on bringing in emerging farmers into agriculture. But I think if more is needed on our NPL remediation strategies, we can share that. We will come back to one part of Honorable Mazubuko's question, which was around the life insurance. We'll finish with that. I want to address the other questions very quickly. I think thank you to Honorable Beasley on some compliments. We appreciate, sir, on the compliments, and we continue to work hard, and we are confident that we should really achieve clean audit. Moving to Honorable Sikwati, there were some questions from Honorable Sikwati. I think the first one was about the continued concerns around the viability of land bank coming out of default and whether or not we are completely out of the woods yet. I think Honorable Sikwati is correct. And we did say this, Honorable Chair, and these were part of our discussions with our lenders when we're negotiating for the liability solution. We'd say that it will take a while for the bank to be out of the woods. The funding mix of the bank is a challenge. And until we address the funding of the bank and enable the bank to start really having various sources of funding, we will not be out of the woods yet. The other contributor to the bank not being out of the woods is, of course, the current NPL status, which is really taking so long to remediate. So I think we will continue to need support, of course, from the National Treasury. And as I indicated, we continue to work very closely with them. However, it is true that until we address the funding fundamentals of the bank will not be out of the woods. However, we believe that the bank is okay for the next 2 years. However, our cash flow is very, very tight. We are now starting to disburse quite a lot, and that also is reducing our cash flow. The next part of Honorable Sikwati's question was around some of the measures the bank is putting in place, working with organized agriculture, other stakeholders to support farmers, and also to open export markets for smallholder farmers. Also, her question was also talking about some of the structural challenges we have in agriculture, and how do we ensure that black farmers, as we bring them in, they don't continue to be affected by those structural issues. So I think here there's quite a lot of work that we're doing. I've spoken and said quite a lot that the bank has adopted a role that we called an ecosystem catalyst, where we're starting to become a coordinator of the ecosystems, identify various partners that we must work with, identify pain points within the agricultural value chain that we must solve for those pain points ourselves. So we're now starting to do a lot more. We have 3 categories of those interventions that we are doing. One is on the pre and post funding support, where we are now dealing with the fundamental issues affecting farmers and preventing them from being fundable and preventing their access to financing. So there's quite a lot of work that we are doing there. Helping them to be compliant with what we are requiring as bankers, also helping them to be compliant with what the markets are asking for. Some of these external markets, export markets, and some of the retailers have got very high compliance requirements, which many of the farmers are not meeting. So we really are focusing in enabling them to comply with those requirements, helping them with business plans, helping them with technical skills, really addressing the ability of farmers to be able to not only farm, but to comply with markets. The other parts or second category is about the market access itself, working very, very hard to open up markets for farmers. And to this end, we have formed partnership with many of the big off-takers of the agricultural goods, where they have agreed to open up their companies or their markets for these emerging farmers to supply directly. And some of those, of course, includes external markets. And we've spoken at length about some of the opportunities, which also include one of the big markets like China with soybeans, where emerging farmers will be able to supply, of course, through the aggregation method, because we can't actually have everybody supply, but under the aggregation method, which is also one of those that we are driving ourselves. And then the last part, of course, is making the access to finance and the affordable finance to be a reality, which is the third cluster. In there, we also have quite a lot of interventions which are dealing the challenges that are making farmers not to be able to access finance, the farmers not being able to access insurance, and there we are coming with a lot of interventions, but even there, solving some of the underlying root causes of that. So quite a lot of work that is taking place in there. And lastly, from Honorable Sukwati, it's the true experience of farmers on the ground, and whether or not we really are aware of the challenges, the true experiences of the farmers, whether or not we interact very closely with the Department of Agriculture and so on. I think Honorable Squad is correct in saying that there's still a lot of farmers that are still experiencing a lot of challenge. The reality is that it's going to take a while to address all the challenges that farmers are facing. A lot of these challenges have persisted for centuries, and we have structural issues that requires quite a lot to address. So indeed, there's still a lot of things that needs to be resolved, and many farmers that are still affected quite negatively. But I think in terms of our proximity with the Department of Agriculture, we are extremely close to one another. We work very closely together, both with the Department of Agriculture itself and also with the Department of Land Reforms. We continue to be aligned on our strategies and what we are working with, and we've got a lot of partnerships that we are driving on a regular basis. And we are aware of some of the farmers that have been relying quite a lot on grants that are not necessarily farmers, which of course impact government's interventions in helping farmers when you have farmers that are just becoming perpetual grants recipient but are not true farmers. And we are working closely with the provincial department to address that and start to ensure that we only have farmers that are serious about farming. Those are things that I think it will take a while to address, but we are starting to see some very good progress coming through. And lastly, Chair, is the question from Honorable Maodwe. Yeah, I must say that, Honorable Chair, a lot of the questions from Honorable Maodwe, they are very, very difficult ones to respond to, because they are actually mainly talking about the current reporting lines, where Land Bank is falling under National Treasury instead of falling under Agriculture. But I think perhaps a question here was, what are the current ways of working and the coordination that we have between National Treasury, Land Bank, and the two agricultural departments? So we are working very closely with the three departments, National Treasury, and of course the two agricultural departments. And we have agreed actually between Minister Steenhuisen and Minister of Finance and also Minister Nyonso, we have agreed that we should actually have a quarterly, in fact, 4-party meetings where we will actually just use those to align. But in terms of the strategic alignment, we have strategic alignment. We meet regularly with the Department of Agriculture and the others, and so as National Treasury, and whatever comes out of each meeting, we ensure that all the parties are in the know. I think in terms of whether the bank can do a lot more and can support some of the structural changes and lead into perhaps the bank reporting into a certain ministry, those type of things really fall outside of the mandate of the bank. I've said before that we are a disciplined child that respects all our parents. We don't choose which parent we must belong into. We respect all of them, and I think it's really a political decision as to where Land Bank must report into. Of course, there were reasons then on why Land Bank had to be moved from agriculture to treasury. As to whether or not those reasons have been sufficiently addressed and that it is time to go back, we believe that between National Treasury and the departments, they should determine that. And of course, it also relates to, of course, the appointment of the board. What we have been advised is that when the Minister of Finance appoints the board, they do consult with agriculture and land reform. And I think with the composition of the current board, it also there are some signs that the consultation did take place and there were inputs from the other ministries. I think I will leave it there, Honorable Chair, and maybe just cycle back to the one question around insurance, where Honorable Mazubuko had asked a question relating to the low uptake of the life insurance and how that affects our ability to bring in smallholder farmers into agriculture. And I'll request the Managing Director for Land Bank Insurance to respond to that question.
Thank you, CEO. Correct. The Land Bank, the Land Bank Insurance company's mandate is to provide management solutions to borrowers and therefore protect the bank's exposure and balance sheet. We have historically done this by placing credit life solutions at the point of sale. When customers come in to borrow, we provide those credit life policies to serve as collateral to their loan. Chairperson, over the years, we've seen the diminishing relevance of credit life policies as lenders allow customers to bring any form of credible collateral. In the main, credit policy, in the main risk products, all of life solutions, and those replacing credit life solutions. So what we are seeing with the reduction in the number of credit life policies is pretty much what we are also seeing in the market, particularly with large loans where customers prefer to take risk products, which are obviously more efficient, and those are also movable. So as they close the one loan, they can take that product to another facility. So that is driving the decline in the main. And indeed, as a bank, we continue to call for alternative collateral. So if the customers are not to take up a credit life policy, they'll still have the opportunity to bring a different form of collateral of their own choice. We're working very closely with the Land Bank to look at the current product set and to interrogate continued relevance of those products against the risk that the bank is taking. And as we go forward, we'll continue to do more of those to ensure that the insurance solutions are aligned to support the lending momentum in the bank. So the question of if whether this is leaving the bank exposed or if it is constraining momentum, no, at the moment we are not seeing that. As I said, the bankers will still accept a different form of collateral, but as we go forward, we will be aiming to align a little more with the bank, make sure that there are ready insurance solutions to support the growing momentum of the bank.
Yeah, thank you very much. Honorable Chair, I just noticed there's one part of Honorable Mautwe's question that we haven't answered. That was on blended finance and some of the demographics and how we are changing that. Yeah, Honorable Chair, so again, I think the issue of not transforming the sector is a very big issue. I think we have said that currently the black farmers in particular in South Africa, they make up less than almost about 10% of the agricultural output. And similarly, even on the share of agricultural income, it's about 10%. So the work to transform the sector, it's going to take quite a while. And so as the work to change the demographics is going to take a while. However, on the blended finance itself, of course, I did mention that in fact, to date, we are sitting with about 490 black farmers that we have brought in on close to about 4 billion worth of blended finance loans. Our targets were to try and get that to reflect 50-50 between male and female farmers. Currently, the female farmers out of that are around about 45%, so slightly below our target of 50%. The other targets that we have set were for the youth to be in agriculture as well. We wanted out of course, all the blended finance farmers to try and get the youth to be around about 40% of all the farmers that we are financing. And that is to address the current challenge in farming, that the current average age of farmers is around 65 years. So it is critical that we bring youth. That too, I think we are sitting at around just over 20% of the new blended finance clients being youth. So really trending well below our targets. So we need to work harder and actually drive the percentage of youth into agriculture a lot higher, at least somewhere closer to our 40% targets. I must say, though, Honorable Chair, that we are starting to see youth getting into agriculture as their first choice sector. And that is very positive in that if we're starting to get youth to get into agriculture and start to share positive stories about their progress, at least it will attract other youth into the sector. The other target that we have on changing demographics is also for the persons with disabilities as well. This is an area that we are struggling quite a lot, and I think we're sitting somewhere around 2% or so of persons with disabilities, and we need to get a lot more. So those are the demographics, and if there's anything more that it is required, we can share more. And of course, there are underlying market failures and complex issues that we are working extremely hard. We'll leave it there, Honorable Chair. If there are questions we have been answered, we'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, are there follow-up questions before we adjourn the meeting? Dr. Beck.
Thank you, Chair. Again, at the PIC and specifically to the new CEO, Lansera shareholding is Harith, PIC, and Acapulco. Which of those three shareholders wanted to appoint you as the so-called independent and non-executive director? And apart from your professional background, was there, to your knowledge, any other reason a shareholder might want to appoint you as independent? And then I don't believe that you answered the following question, unless I missed it. Are any of the directors of Acapulco related to the former CEO, Dan Machila? Follow-up questions to the Deputy Minister. Regarding the company secretary, we must remember that the Mpati Commission report was published after 2019. The report states, and I quote, "We recommend that the board examines the issue of Mrs. Matabule's reinstatement and satisfies itself on whether this was correct or not." Dr. Masondo says there was a 2019 board meeting. We know this. That is why the Mpati report says that the PIC must have another meeting. Moreover, your directors at the PIC came to SCOF the last time during the budget cycle this year and said that they had had such a meeting after Mpati. And when we then asked them for minutes, they again sent us the 2019 minutes, which is pre-Mpati. So now the question is simple, Deputy Minister. Why is your board protecting the secretary by lying to Parliament? And again, regarding Mr. Haku, Deputy Minister, I think it's important to have context. In July in Scopa, we asked about Mr. Haku's investigation. We were promised a written response. It wasn't emailed. It was sent via courier and it took months to arrive. All the response contained was a snippet from the annual report. We now know from that report that he had received a massive settlement of 10.8 million rand. We received no explanation. So, Mr. Chair, I've got a question for you here. Does this committee want to risk another written response which is incomplete and is sent to us via courier over a number of months? And then I'm going to ask you again, Dr. Masandu, that you tell us what you know. Did you sign off or provide any input on Mr. Haku's departure and the settlement of 10.8 million rand? Can you also tell us whether you or any of your directors present on this call today know about the PIC having in its possession a forensic report stating that the PIC should report Mr. Haku in terms of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act? You need to be quite clear here, Deputy Minister. Yes or no? And then finally, can you tell us, Deputy Minister, if you can explain how this man, Mr. Haku, is now the Foundation Director at Fort Hare University, and whether anyone at the PIC might have written a letter of recommendation for Mr. Haku. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is that the only follow-up question or comments? Okay, I don't see any other hand. Over to the PIC.
Thank you, Chair. I will start before the chairman or vice chairman of the board comes in. I think, let me also, there was a question that we left on the recovery from the Steinhoff. The total recovery from the Steinhoff related transaction was in aggregate about 8 billion that was able to recover. I think consisting of 2.4 billion, if I'm not mistaken, directly from the listed side of the Steinhoff, and then just under 6 billion from the Lancaster transaction. That's what was recovered by the PIC. In total, the two came to about 8 billion. And again, then getting back to Dr. Burke's question on Lanseria, I was a non-executive, Dr. Burke, on Lanseria, and I was appointed by the shareholders. I can't remember who nominated me, but I remember receiving the letter from them that they wanted me to serve. I come from that background as well, both in terms of the airport as well as the air traffic and navigation services organization. I would love to believe that it was more around that and my financial background. And as to the other, I'm not sure. But in terms of the relationship of Dr. Dan Makila with Acapulco shareholders, I think what I can share with the committee here is that I know that it's a Makila family trust, if not mistaken, which actually relates to the former DG, Jerry Makila of the DERCO, not Dr. Dan Makila. As to whether there's a relation between the two, I am not aware. But all I know was the Makila that actually was part of the Acapulco transaction. It was the Makila that actually was related to the former DG of DERCO, Mr. Jerry Makila. And I cannot vouch for the relationship with Dr. Dan Makila. I'm not aware of it. And I think that's what I can say in that regard. And I think I would leave the rest to the chair, and then I'll see where I can also come in then, the chair of the board. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
No, thanks, CEO. With regard to the Haku matter, may I again appeal that we give a response to the SCOF. We did give an answer to SCOPA when the matter was raised, and I'm not so sure if this was sent through, as Dr. Book alleges, through a courier. I think we are more efficient than that in this modern day and age. So we will provide a response to SCOF. And like I said, the deadline that you've given us to answer all these questions, it's next week. As for what Mr. Haku is doing post leaving the PIC, serving in the Fort Hare Foundation, I'm sure that question can be asked to the University of Fort Hare. Now, with regard to Akapol, I must say that I honestly did not know the personalities involved in this transaction, Akapol. It's only when I read the article, was it yesterday or day before yesterday by Business Day, which it started to mention names, because for us, we deal with matters on the basis of principle. We don't follow who are the personalities involved. We say, what are the facts, and was this decision right or wrong, and how we should challenge it. So insofar as the personalities, how they are related, I can't explain that. We're dealing with what we have looked as facts and insofar as law is concerned. And I must also say that I've not yet seen the legal report to advise the PIC to appeal the arbitration. And therefore, I can't make a public comment that if the PIC will take the matter to court or not. But what we are clear about is that the PIC, we were not happy with the outcome of the arbitration itself, and it's not, legal processes don't always produce outcomes that you will always be happy with. And hence I said at the beginning, we need to be given time to study the legal opinions by the SC. But like I said, the first legal opinion stated that there are no prospects for success because we don't want to appeal to waste more money of the client, because this is not our money and we need to treat it as such. But if there's a strong case based on the legal opinion, that we should. And Chair, we don't want go ahead, do appeal, and then the legal opinion says, look, this doesn't make sense, and we come back to you. You're gonna ask us questions. Why did you spend the workers' money when you had this legal opinion? So hence I'm saying, if you could be given time to look at this internally and determine what we need to do based on the legal. I have not seen that legal opinion, and therefore we should be given time to look at that. And for us, insofar as Acapulco is concerned, is to make sure that this does not repeat itself. And like I said, the immediate task, we explore our legal options, and two, if we don't succeed, how do we make sure that we create value out of this 62% shareholding of the PIC? Because as a result of the perfection, based on this arbitration, which we are not happy with, we'll have to say, how do we generate value so that we generate cash flows for GPF, for the workers, to get money out of Lanseria. The third task for us will be to reduce our exposure in Lanseria. But there's a fundamental question, Chair, which is whether we should do away with empowerment structures that are dividend-dependent loan. In other words, in this case, the payment of this loan, in terms of the way it was structured, and I'm subject to correction, it was dependent on Alcopalco being paid dividend by Lanseria. And out of that dividend, it was now going to pay the interest to the PIC to service that loan. And we accept that these empowerment structures that depend on dividend have proven inefficient. Black entrepreneurs because they have no money, they have no liquidity, not sufficient collateral, depend on payment of dividend by the underlying asset. So if the company that they've invested in through the loan that they would have raised anywhere, not just the PIC, they cannot service the loan. And when that happens, as we've done with the PIC, we perfected our security, we took over the loan. Now, like I'm saying, the big question before us is, should the PIC do away? And this is something that we've been debating and mulling over ourselves within the PIC, which is, should the PIC do away with the SPV loan dependence on dividend payments from the underlying investee companies such as SASRIA in this case, Aquapalco in this case, and what will this mean for BEE insofar as ownership is concerned, in addition to the other broader BEE considerations? And I think in seeking to answer this question as a PIC, the first thing we said, look, let's undertake a review to stress, test, and analyze why such structures accounted for high proportion of underperforming loans, because it's not just Acapulco. And this assessment revealed, Chair, that many BE legacy structures were not commercially sound because they were overly dependent on uncertain dividend, being inadequately collateralized, misalignment with underlying business cash flows. And drawing from these lessons and based on the conviction that the PIC should we've got a transformation mandate. We still make sure that we play our role in empowerment without, and I must underline this, without undermining the returns for the workers. Because our primary goal is to make sure that workers get returns from their own money. And therefore, any empowerment or whatever investment, whether it's infrastructure and so on, the primary goal should be to realize the returns, but at the same time, make sure that we make an impact in terms of transformation, in terms of economic growth, in terms of industrialization, as per the mandate of the Act. And the PIC has strengthened its funding approach to ensure that empowerment transactions are structured on robust commercial principles and whilst making an impact. And as a result of this, and I thought the CIO, the acting CIO, will come in here because he's done a lot of work in this regard post-party period. And what is very clear, and I thought August will come in here, because what we are beginning to say is that the new funding structures now include clear dividend policies to manage cash flows necessary to service the loan. And Chair, there's different dividend policies that companies adopt: residual dividend policy, where the company pays dividend after catering for capital expenditure. There are companies that do have policies that pay dividend every year per share. And that's why, as we provide loans to these structures, we've got to be looking at the dividend policy so that you don't have this BE entity or empowerment entity. It doesn't service the loan for 10 years because they're not being paid dividends. So we've basically looked at this structuring. It's because part of the reason here you're dealing with the structuring issue, and we've developed early warning triggers for potential default. So I don't wait for 10 years and call a default after 10 years. But those are the things that we've strengthened insofar as our structuring of loans. So this will ensure that the future empowerment structures are commercially sustainable, transformative, and developmentally impactful. And our focus in dealing with the legacy portfolio is to learn lessons from the past so that we don't repeat them. And as we exit the old investment, we've got to minimize investment risks, and we accept the criticisms that will come as a consequence of our attempt to do our work in general, but also our attempt to deal with these issues. We want to use the past, our ugly past, to learn but not to repeat. And we really want to thank you, Chair, for this opportunity, because this kind of a platform, it gives us an unmediated platform and opportunity to explain ourselves honestly and transparently. And I think the other issue around the forensic reports, we presented, this question was raised in SCOPA, and we had a conversation with the chair of SCOPA on the basis of the how we should be presenting those reports. What do you call this thing of removing people's names? Because those reports are mentioning people's names, and we don't want the PIC to be solved. And if if you would take that approach in getting those reports to you, we will do so insofar as Daybreak is concerned. As to the other forensic reports that the minister has spoken about, I'll have to go and check with him. But the forensic reports that are within the powers and the possession of the PIC will take the similar approach, do the removal of people's names, because we don't want to be sued by people on the basis of what is entailed on those reports, because we're very careful, because we're managing people's money, and we don't want this 3.5 trillion of the management fees that we earn out of working for our clients to be directed to expenditures that we could have avoided without abdicating our responsibility to account and to be transparent to South Africa as well as this committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I see Dr. Beck. I want to make a follow-up. After him, I would want to summarize and close the meeting. Dr. Beck.
Thank you, Chair. I've posted the receipts in our meeting chat showing, according to SCOPA, that the PIC does indeed courier documents, even though the Deputy Minister is telling us that they would not and have not courier documents. Likewise, I noted the question on the company secretary, and the going on there was completely ignored and not addressed. I will leave it at those two notes. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Before I close, do you want to say something, Dr. Mason?
Yeah, no, I was not aware of the courier of the documents. I don't deal with these issues administratively. So if they were couriered, that's okay. But I thought it's the documents that could have been sent through the email or other measures. Insofar as the company secretary's matter, like I committed, we will send a written response, because my understanding is that the interim board, post-party, has also dealt with the matter. So I just want to get my facts correct. I don't want to give an answer which will come back, which will bite me. And Dr. Beck will accuse me of lying before Parliament. So I really would not want to answer something that I'm not very comfortable with, insofar as the facts are concerned. And I would really appeal that we be given an opportunity to give that response and in line with the deadlines that was provided.
Okay. Thank you. I see Honorable Bateman is raising his hand. Honorable Bateman.
Thank you, Chair. the new CEO has expressed how concerned he is to regain the trust of South Africans that the PIC is trustworthy. The easiest way to regain that trust would be to be transparent in the answering of the questions. For example, the detailed listing of all the unlisted investments and all the property investments, a detailed explanation of what has been done with regard to each one of the enforcement recommendations of the Party Commission. These are simple questions with simple answers, but until we have transparency from the PIC, it's going to be very difficult for the South African public to believe that the PIC is truly reformed and that the culture of the organization has truly been changed by the effects, through the effects and the findings of the Party Commission. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Chair.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. I think we fully agree with Mr. Bateman on this, because we really, as the Chair committed, that we really want to make sure that to the extent possible, we are as transparent as we possibly can. And I think what we will do as well is to make sure that through the Chair, we share all the information that actually the parliamentarians and the committee members, rather, the honorable committee members have requested, so that we, because really, I think, Chair and honorable members, we really have nothing to hide. But I think it's important that we are able to find some happy medium where they actually can be able to share as much information that is allowable within the ambits of the law as possible, so that at least there is some element of comfort. We do not take for granted the responsibility that the committee, the honorable members, and through you, Chair, actually have to the Republic and the peoples of the Republic. So we will do the best we can, and really we remain open and available to provide as much information as possible to make sure that your minds are settled. But I can assure you that we are doing the best we can. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chair, I think you're muted.
You're on mute, Chair.
Oh, okay. Let me welcome the new appointments, starting with the board of the Land Bank, led by Mr. Squatcher. We wish you well and your colleagues, and I hope that your experience in this field of land and agriculture as a former deputy minister will add a lot of value to the institution. So all the best with the new responsibility with your colleagues in Land Bank, and also the new board of PIC led by Dr. Masondo. The appointment of Dr. Masondo as a chairperson is in the Act. It's a law of Parliament that the deputy minister responsible for finance will be the chairperson of PIC. All the best. And let us also acknowledge, despite all the other challenges, that the PIC, under difficult circumstances, has reached a 3 trillion mark. That is commendable. We can't keep quiet about that. And we think with that money available, you should do more to try to uplift the standard of previously disadvantaged blacks, youth, women, people with disability. And also thank the Land Bank. Some years back, the Land Bank was on the verge of collapse. and a lot has been done to make sure that it does not collapse. It might be not at the level where we want it to be, but there has been improvement. 3 years back, we went to Pretoria to do oversight, and I think we should do it again. And welcome what has been suggested by Honorable Mazibuko, seconded by Mokubene, that we should consider doing oversight visits to the projects of the Land Bank and PIC. It's one thing to receive written reports here. It's another for us to visit the projects, see what's happening on the ground. And we welcome that, Deputy Minister, that you also you are inviting the committee to do so. Actually, it is our responsibility to play oversight. And this is going to be a robust oversight to ensure that there is accountability, transparency, and effective service delivery. This committee is a unique committee of Parliament. It is a standing committee in terms of Rule 230, as is established by Section 4, Subsection 1 of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act. Many standing committees have got dedicated responsibility. But at the same time, this committee works like other portfolio committees which have been established by the rules of Parliament. That is Rule 227. If you read Rule 227, it explains to you what a portfolio committee is. And this committee does the responsibilities of or performs the functions of a portfolio committee. So it's a committee that has got a lot of work to do in Parliament in the manner that it has been configured. Be that as it may, because we have got a responsibility over Treasury and all finance entities, including the private sector. We are not a committee of government. We are a standing committee of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. So we are responsible for the entire finance sector in the Republic. Let me also thank the ASB with the limited staff, limited budget. You are doing a lot with those constraints, and we'll champion your cause when we play oversight on the budget of National Treasury. And it has been acknowledged by the Auditor General. If you read the opening statement of the Auditor General on the finance portfolio, the Auditor General says that the finance portfolio has a culture of performance as most have achieved key targets, close quotes. So that improvement is acknowledged. However, there is still a lot to be done, and we'll make sure that we'll continue to play oversight, as I've said before, that so as to improve accountability, transparency, and effective service delivery to the people of South Africa. Alan, do we have announcements?
Yes, Chair, just to indicate the committee is meeting next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, those are the announcements. Thanks very much, honorable members. Let's adjourn the meeting until we meet again next week, Tuesday.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. That's for the weekend.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.
You can leave the meeting. Yes.